All right, everyone, we are live after quite a bit of a break here. We are underway now with our Grimm's Crossing 3 versus 3 tournament here, which is hosted by the Han community, Korden, Stepsor, and Honorme as our first official tournament here of Project Concord. I will be your main showcaster, what you got, and I will be joined by a co-caster here, Satellitium. Welcome, Sate.
Hello.
And I also have in the Discord, I have Korden. Welcome, Korden.
Hey.
All right. So we have, I believe this is match 4 of our EU1 bracket. We have 2 EU brackets and an NA or US bracket, which will be coming up later today. So we have here, hopefully I will not pronounce the player names wrong. We have Boezy, we have Willy Wanker, Wilma Wanker on the Legion side, and then we have Halloween, WW, and Zach1X. So, Sate, we're here with the 3v3. What do you think's gonna happen?
I don't quite know. I haven't seen any tournaments in this format, but I did play a lot of Grimm's Crossing back in the day, and I think 3v3 is always exciting. So
Okay, so yeah, I'm excited as well as not too familiar with the 3 versus 3 map. Even it's a little bit different than our standard 5 versus 5 for Caldebar matches. But let's go over the hero picks here. We have Bubbles, Pandemonium, and Jeraziah, and they're going to be going up against Andromeda, Lodestone, and Ravenor. So, do you think either side has like a drafting advantage here? Again, this was a single draft format, so they had 3 heroes to choose from on each side.
I quite like the team with Panda. I mean, Panda's really strong in this format. You have Josiah to shield him, and then you can just ulti someone full, and they can't do anything to stop him. So
Okay, so
it's good
yeah.
to have control, basically, in your heroes.
Yeah, so we have a Pandemonium Jeraziah lane going up against Ravenor Andromeda. It's quite the interesting lane matchup. I caught on camera there a little bit of trading of pressure back and forth, but no kills just yet, so we are level 1. And then in the top lane, Bubbles versus Lodestone. So you're a notorious solo or mid player. What do you think about the top lane matchup?
You're not showing the game on your stream, by the way.
There is a 6-minute delay, so it should be
I'm just joking.
it should be caught up. Thank you for reminding me, though. I don't think I mentioned to the viewers.
Sure.
No problem.
Let me see here.
Bubbles versus Lodestone in the top lane.
Well, Lodestone should have a pretty good advantage. You can just go for CS, and Bubbles can really push you out if you get 1 point in E. So you just get your CS. You can even stun the Bubbles and use W. So I think Lodestone should have the advantage here.
Okay. So we see Lodestone heading to the rune here in the middle of the map. And they also have that ward of sight, even a counter ward there, just to prevent any kind of counter vision from the Legion team. And Lodestone picks up a double damage rune.
Yeah, that will be creating him a good advantage here in the lane.
Yeah, so if we take a quick look at the creep kills, it's pretty much even on both sides. 8 and 3, 8 and 2, and then 2 Hellborn players 8 and 3. So more or less a very identical game here.
So far, but the bottom lane, they have a huge wave and tower, so quite a few CS here coming for the Panda.
So what items do you think we're going to see come out as like those first core items picked up from the farmers here on each team?
I think tanking up is pretty good, so power supplies should be pretty strong. Something like that. You don't really need scaling, like you don't need anything that allows you to farm, as the map is too small.
Okay.
Fighting items and something that tanks you up is probably what you want to buy, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a very logical approach. So like in 5 versus 5, we typically see a hero like Bubbles go for a portal key early on. Do you think he's even going to need something like that portal key for positioning, or do you think he'll just go for like stats and bulking up more like you suggested?
I wouldn't get Paul Key in 3 versus 3, I think.
Okay.
I think he should probably just get spell shots. Like he needs damage for them to kill people. And,
Okay.
And Hellborn really should pick up vestments. Both teams should get the vestments on every hero, basically.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. See a comet stun here, but no ball lightning, and an immediate charm from the Jerizaya to even prevent a ball lightning attempt. Perhaps a little early, but no harm done.
Well, he's just watching Panda here, CS, not really having much presence in lane, but it doesn't seem like Andrew can push out Panda either, so
Right.
quite fine. Panda has really good CS compared to the Ravenor right now. They're actually winning bottom by 13 CS.
There we go with a flick into Cannonball. It's a good chunk of damage. There's still the inner light from Jerizaya. He does use it there. Bubbles is here. This could be the first blood, and we will see it come out here. Bubbles gets credit for that one, so he gets the Mystic Illusion rune, assists him, and we do see the Bloodlust picked up here by the Legion team. So almost 5 minutes in, but they get the job done.
Yep. Good to see Bubbles with the rotation, as he couldn't quite do anything in the top lane. So.
Cannonball hits Andromeda, and oh, the power supply, no, will not keep him alive. And with those flurries, just a little too deadly. And it's a 2-0 start here for the Legion side.
How do you like level 3 Cannonball on Panda?
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad you pointed that out. I am actually a bit surprised he's not chosen to max out the flurry. Typically, the maxing of the flurry is going to yield more damage. So I guess the trade-off here is he's going for the extra stun duration, but it is not that significant of a boost. He goes in here with another combo, and there's the nuke of the heal, or the inner heal coming out, or inner light from Jerizaya, and we just see he melts the Ravenor. That is a strength hero being bursted down, so the Legion side showing the power of that combo.
Yeah, they're quite behind in the bottom lane. Like Ravenor really couldn't do anything at all. He died from 100% to 0 in the tower, so he's gonna have to be very careful to get farm here.
Yeah, and I think we might have to see a lodestone rotation quite soon, maybe to try to get a kill on this Pandemonium before he gets even more farm to the point where they can't really burst him down. The Jerizaya behind him.
I would like that, I think.
Great charm coming out from Jerizaya, and Pandemonium's feeling very confident to man up here, but there's the TP from Lodestone. We'll see if there's a engagement here. There's a Comet Stun up. Lodestone's channeling the Shatter Storm. Yep, they did see the TP, I believe. Here's the ball lightning, locking Pandemonium in place, and there were no more defensive spells from the Jerizaya, so Pandemonium gets caught there. Excellent Shatter Storm follow-up from the Lodestone, and they have gotten themselves their first kill, so it is now 3-1, still favoring the Legion side here.
Yeah, big kill for Hellborn to try to get back into this game, shut the Panda down so he doesn't get too many items before he gets unstoppable.
Yeah, I think that was a very necessary kill, so I'm glad to see that port come in. Something I did notice, and there is a different boss on this map, which is quite cool. There's General Aatrox. What do you think of the boss over here? He looks pretty cool.
I like him too. I don't remember it. Does he drop an item or like the token something? There's something special about him, but I can't quite remember what it is.
I forget if he drops bananas or like a cheese effect, something like that. I probably sound silly to all the people who know this map a lot better than me, but he should drop something. I don't know if it's a token of life or a different item, but hopefully we'll get to see that at some point today.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I mean, at some point someone's probably gonna kill the boss, which is gonna be cool. We could see Ravenor is electing to jungle here, simply too scared to show in the bottom lane, which I think is hard not to be able to lane, but at the same time, it's so scary to be down there, especially when Panda has 6 now.
Yeah, because he can get charmed, and then there's no interrupt to stop his base smash, as they do only have magic stuns. Meanwhile, top lane, there's a kelp field in the tower. The tower assisting for most of the damage there, but a good heads up kelp for Bubbles to lock him down.
Lodestone going quite too far here, getting hit by the base tower.
Yeah, I guess we don't call them tier 3s. These are tier 2 base towers.
Tier 2 base tower.
I'm sure they're no slouch. 160 damage. That's a lot at this phase of the game. So yeah, we see Legion off to a 2,600 gold lead, 2,000 gold lead. Not an insurmountable lead by all means, but they are pulling ahead quite a bit.
Yeah, I think the smaller the map, the more the gold lead matters, right? So
Okay.
3k gold lead here in such a small map with few players, I think it's more significant than it would be in a 5 vs 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes sense. We have 2 players above 300 GPM, and then the highest farmer for Hellborn is at 280 right now.
Yeah. So items. Ravno is getting steam boots. Not sure what he's buying on Lodestone. Andromeda is struggling to get boots, whereas they're getting full items on Legion so far. Steam boots and ghost marchers on Panda.
Bubble's saving up 1,300 gold, so very soon I think we'll see what he decides to build into as his first core item. And Jeremiah playing the supportive role. Just boots and a chalice for now, nothing out of the ordinary. We have smoked up Pandemonium here in the top lane, so Bubbles and Panda are looking to set up a kill here. And with that word of sight, a beautiful cannonball lands on the Andromeda, and they will have the burst damage follow-up from Bubbles. Now here's a counter Shatterstorm coming in, but Bubbles will take cover. The damage and the Shatterstorm effect, a great timing of the take cover there, and Lodestone will be left without any counter kill. So very nice engagement from Legion.
Yeah, what do you think the Legion was scared of? After Lodestone missed the Shatterstorm, why don't they kill him here? They have every ability and both ultimates.
That's a good question, actually. Perhaps just playing it a little bit safe, but could have definitely looked to re-engage.
I mean, they are ahead, so I don't blame him.
Just a heads up for the viewers watching, we will be dropping gold coin codes in the chat. So if you want to be ready to get your hands on some gold coins, make sure to be active in the chat and try to get those codes for yourself. Meanwhile, over here we have Pandemonium going in on the Ravenor. Bubbles is here. This is most likely going to be a kill as Ravenor gets sniped out by the Shell Surf there from Bubbles. We do have those teleports on those pillars. That is a unique effect to this map. You can go through those and go to the opposite side. So we see teams even placing word of sights there to see when the players are using them. I believe there was a swap used there. And they will kill the Bubbles without even using the Shatterstorm there, so perhaps catching him with his Shell Surf down.
Yeah, he tried to use Q to counter push and got swapped and killed.
So yeah, they do get the tower as well. Meanwhile, Legion was content in counter pushing the outer tower in the bottom lane. I was taking a quick look at some of these ward of sights placed by Halloween here, the Andromeda player over in the top part of the map. There's one on the pillar here and one off to the side pathway here. So some interesting wards coming in.
Yeah, for sure. I find it hard to quite know how much vision these wards give, but they're definitely interesting. I mean, the ones on the cliffs are obvious ward spots, but the one in the forest to the left.
Jersey getting gone on here by a Comet Stun. There's the Rocket Drill. He gets the inner light off and the Soul's Blessing. Isn't enough to keep him alive. The charm was previously used. Meanwhile, Pandemonium, I believe he spotted out Ravenor on that ward on that cliff by the portal there. So he went for the kill, but meanwhile, Jersey was able to survive the 1 versus 2. So great news here from Legion. They are looking to go back in for more. So they see Andromeda farming the creep wave. Pandemonium lands the cannonball, and now Lodestone, he is going to port to his rocket drill, but he might get caught here. There's the Lex coming out from Panda. He's trying to catch up with the Ghost Marchers. He's trying to hit him with the flurries, but it's just short. There's the snipe coming in from Bubbles, but he will make it to the pool in time, and now Ravenor might be able to punish the dive coming in, and Panda will fall, so they did overextend to try to get that kill, and a good heads up from Ravenor to land that ball lightning and set up that counter kill. even pointing out there that the greed got the better of him, unfortunately. But gotta love the attempt.
Pandemonium almost ended up in pool with that cannonball. And also, he used the Q after chasing him down like just a quarter of a second too early. Shame there, it didn't work out.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Pandemonium is one of your favorite heroes, right? I believe you've played. I've seen you play that in tournaments.
Yeah, I do. I do quite like Pandemonium.
So it's safe to say there's Bubbles and Panda on this Legion side. A little caster hero bias, perhaps.
Maybe those are known to be some of my favorite heroes. I've played the most.
Yeah, unfortunately, nothing really here that I fancy too much. Maybe an Andromeda. And speaking of him, unfortunately, he will fall. He gets caught by Panda and Bubbles. This combo seems to be quite deadly. They just have a lot of catch potential with their spells.
Yeah, I mean the Polki working out quite good for Bubbles. I was hoping maybe spell shards, but thinking about it, there might have been a waste. Like straight Hellfire is really strong. Like if you can shut down one hero for 5 seconds, and there's only 3 heroes, so
It's been more of like a DPS style of Bubbles.
yeah, something with some lockdown. But the PK is working out really well. Panda's catching people, and he can just follow up on Bubbles, which is working out quite well. And I do really like the Lex on Panda as well as the Vestment. He's quite tanky and also does a lot of damage with this build.
Right, so that's quite good for Panda. Now, in response, I think Lodestone picked up a Soul's Bulwark, which that's not your typical Lodestone build, but perhaps being more reactive to the Lex and minus armor of Pandemonium, just wanting to bulk up on armor. Obviously, will not assist him really if he hits the Shatterstorm, but just as some raw armor. Now, we have General Atrax being attempted here by Legion. Does Hellborn know this is going on, is the question. Jared's eye is very low. We see Pandemonium going in for a cannonball, but he will come up a little bit short. And we see
he's using abilities, this boss. Did you see that?
Oh, right. I think he has like a AoE nuke that he throws out. And if I recall, it does a lot of damage. So what did it drop? It did drop a bananas. Okay, and you could actually put that in your consumable slot. Wow. That is so cool, actually. I did not know that.
Man, I want bananas.
Shatterstorm being channeled here. A big 2-man rocket drill stun coming in. There's Soul's Blessing, but it will not save him. And there's the swap from Andromeda. Now Ravener trying to line up a ball lightning. He does connect it. Did they have the damage? He has the bananas, but he couldn't use it in time. He got stun locked. And that will be a double kill coming out for the Lodestone. So Hellborn, despite in a gold and experience deficit, they are still finding the kills, Sate.
Yeah, great job by Hellborn. It's really hard to be on the back foot on this map, I think, and they're finding picks anyway. I was hoping they would contest this Atriarch kill or whatever it was, but instead finding it right after in the lane. Really good job getting two picks here.
Yeah, that started off with a great Rocket Drill Shatterstorm combo hitting onto 2, so very, very good execution from our Hellborn team here. Now, the lead still is about 2,500 golden XP, give or take. And we have Ravenor. Let's see, he's got a Mighty Blade, so this... You think this is like a straight Shrunken Head, or is there some other item he could maybe build into?
I definitely hope he's not getting shrunken into this Panda.
Okay.
It's gonna be quite rough for him. I was thinking that's gonna be an Ice Brand, but I don't think I quite like that either. But
it could also be, well, Staff doesn't do anything on his hero. It could be a Brutalizer, perhaps, but
that would be a Chad move.
First item Brutalizer is definitely an aggressive pickup. We have Veiled Rots here from Hellborn. 3 Veiled Rots, so they want to try to get a pick off. They're going to run into the bubbles here. Great take cover, but he does catch the rocket. Really couldn't take cover every spell, and they just dump everything they had to get that pick off, so bubbles will end up falling.
I mean, really good dodge initially. I think if he just held that take cover for the full 1.5 seconds, he would have actually dodged every single spell and they could have turned, but...
They're gonna go for the Pandemonium here. There is no charm for 1 more second. Rocket Drill hits both. Here's the face smash coming out. He has the bananas. Let's see if he uses them. He does not. But the cannonball, as he was dying, does go off there, and I believe he took out the Ravenor. So he kind of sacrificed himself to get that Ravenor kill.
think it's unfortunate he's not using these bananas. Maybe he forgot a bit about him. He definitely had time there. I mean, if he uses bananas there, maybe they can get Lodestone as well. So Lodestone picks up maybe only the recipe for demonic, or can he have full demonic by now? Yeah, he has full demonic.
Oh
On
wow,
Lodestone.
that's a huge
That's
item
really
pickup.
impressive.
That's a lot of armor
Like
to the team, and
I actually like it a lot because, as you said, it's an aura. You're hitting every teammate. You're making them a lot tankier against this panda, which is like the most scary hero right now.
and they did
Even
go
though
for
it's
double
kinda
portal key
intuitive.
as well, so they're gonna have a little less damage opportunity, like you pointed out.
Yeah, I would have liked the panda to maybe get some damage somehow instead of the portal key, as Bubbles now has both a portal key and a tablet. So he should be able to maybe set up the fights, but they have a lot of catching power here. Maybe he'll go on someone here.
Yep, Panda's gonna go in on the Ravenor. Silence comes out from Bubbles, landing onto 2. Big Kelfield as well. Here comes the Shatter Storm. Bubbles does explode, and it's Jeremiah and Panda. Yep, there's a buyback. Good catch. So Hellborn team's gonna look to try to turn this one around. Rock Drill's up in 1 more second. He does go through the portal, and they will turn it on to Jeremiah. He drops a heal there. Ravenor lands the ball lightning, and Andromeda decides to stun the Pandemonium. There's still the bananas. He still has them. Use those bananas, Panda. No, he's gonna forget it again. Unfortunately, does get locked down, and he will fall. So Hellborn continues to get kills. Now that did come at a cost of a buyback from the Ravenor. So this is not to say that Legion didn't gain something out of this fight, but ultimately they do get 2 kills for the 1.
I mean, Hellborn is getting back into the game. It's 11 to 9, but the
Double damage Ravenor, and that will melt the Jeremiah following up the Comet Stun into the ball lightning there. Oh, we got a game here.
I didn't see this turn at all, but suddenly Hellborn is in the lead actually. 400 gold lead for Hellborn. Only 1 hero kill lead for Legion, and they're looking really strong here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great swing of the resource advantage. Oh wow, he even announces that he's back. I don't know if you heard that, but makes a grand entrance back into the map. So General Atrax is back. We'll see which team looks to do him moving forward. Lodestone just picked up a Beast Heart. They're gonna spot Andromeda here. Panda with the flurries. Andro tablets himself. He will survive for now, but he does get hit by a flurry. Panda goes down as well, and they will also bring down the Bubbles. So Ravenor and Lodestone fighting strong. I have to believe that this demonic pickup is doing a lot of work here, because it's taking them a long time to even bring down the Andromeda, buying so much time, giving them 2 counter kills here for the 1.
I'm sure you're right, Beans. I think it's doing... Oh, we're seeing the famous Helm Lodestone.
Helm Lodestone. He's going to bulk up on HP, and he's going to be all the way up to 1700.
That's funny. I mean, I think Legion really needs to calm down a bit. They're like trying to fight like really intensely all the time, but they're jumping 2 versus 3, and obviously it's a huge disadvantage here, and it's really costing them. They're in a 3k gold deficit now on Legion.
Right, they need to I think prioritize keeping the Panda alive, having him locked on that Ravenor, but there is always that threat of the Andromeda swap now that she is level 12 with the tablet as well. So it's a tough spot to be in. I mean, Ravenor, as we know, he is one of those carries that can just start to pump out the damage the longer the team fight goes. Bubbles is going to get swapped here. He does get hit by the stun, so he wasn't able to take cover that. And the hasted Ravenor causing issues there as well, as Lodestone got credit for the kill. He's on a savage 6 streak, by the way. It's 8-1-5 stat line. So having a fantastic game here. And we see our Hellborn team putting some damage on the base tower. Ravenor, he does get tableted though.
Oh, nice
Great tablet to get him out of that cannonball stun. Or avoid it. And no kills will happen here. Shadowstorm, I believe, was used as well. The Legion team surviving, buying time for Bubbles to eventually come back here.
They did do some good damage to this bottom tower, though. It's gonna fall next time they start touching it. This demonic is doing so much damage to the towers as well.
Charm Pandemonium here, going in for the Andromeda. Ball Lightning will not connect because he is charmed. And Andromeda will fall. There's the Inner Light Heal. And the Soul's Blessing. They're going to turn it on the Ravenor. The Flurry is doing so much damage. Still has the Lex available if he wants to use it as well. But the Lodestone is nowhere to be found. So double tap comes out for the Pandemonium. And just like that, Legion responds. They cut into this lead a little bit here from the Hellborn side now.
Yeah, good response by Legion fighting S3 and defending this bottom tower. I think it's very important that they make sure Hellborn doesn't break base. I think it's pretty difficult to come back from that. So great job by Legion here. Josiah picked up the Astrolabe as well as the upgraded power supply, and now he has a ring mail. Maybe that's a bulwark coming.
So he's going the full team Aura route. I'd like to see that.
Smart, I think, yeah.
I think now all that's missing is the sustain and damage from the two core players of Legion. Shatterstorm hits on to Bubbles. Yeah, it will connect actually. The Charm not able to save him there. Now Jarazai gets swapped into the tower. Ball Lightning does miss. That might be the difference maker. We'll see if he can make the escape. He's getting body blocked. Great body blocks coming in from the Lodestone. And they will get 2 kills. So Hellborn continues to just outlast and outman fight the Legion side here now. So they pick up 2 more kills. We have a 14 to 15 hero kill lead. Only 1, but the golden XP, I think this might be the largest lead we've seen of the game so far.
Yeah, I agree. I think Legion uses quite too much gold on this on portal key, on mobility and tablet and stuff. I really like the tablet on Andro versus the Panda, but
oh, was that an offensive tablet from the Andro?
Another, yeah.
And Pandemonium gets caught in a bad position. He just gets an onslaught of spells there. Just getting completely stunned down. Bubbles comes in with a 3-man silence Kelfield, but without Panda, oh, he does buyback actually. So they're going to go for a hold here. They did lose the range tracks, I believe. Pandemonium lands a nice cannonball with the charm. Ravenor, one more hit, he's going to fall. And now Lodestone, Shatterstorm already used. He is in trouble. There's the face smash, the punch to the face, and he will eventually fall as he cannot move. 3 players hitting him there. So they did expend 1 buyback. They lost, I believe, the ranged barracks here, and now we'll see what they can do here with a 3 for none.
I think that was a really good buyback. Beans, look how the lead has changed.
Oh my god, it was a 3,500 gold and 5,000 XP lead, and now it's almost even once again.
Yeah, and they forced 2 buybacks, counter buybacks from Hellborn, so I mean, it's going back and forth this game. First I thought Legion had unlocked. Hellborn comes back with the miracle, and now Legion is closing the lead. So
at this rate, I have no clue what's gonna happen at this rate. I mean, one team just continues to surprise me with back and forth fights. So Ravenor, it does look like he's going for the Shrunken. He has 2 of the 3 parts. Just needs that recipe, as he did pick up the Warhammer. Lodestone has 2,500 gold saved up, so he has some choices to start making what he wants to build as his follow-up item here to his Helm of the Black Legion. Andromeda picks up a major totem. I want to believe that that's going to be a Void Talisman, but it could be, I believe, an Energizer, or even a Sackstone. Swap comes out, Bubbles, does get hit by the stun, and he's going to melt, getting caught by that stun. Now Andromeda is going to also be taken out. Shatterstorm hits on the Pandemonium. He is on the retreat mode. Doesn't have a cannonball to escape. Can they lock him down? Ravenor's getting blocked by the Lodestone. He does have that boost from the ultimate, but Pandemonium makes it to safety. Now they are turning their attention onto the melee racks. There is no protection. So they are going to be forced to use the fortification here to prevent the racks from falling, as we do have the creeps starting to assist. They do have the big Warlock creeps since they got the ranged racks, but they will choose to fall back here.
Oh, he finally bought something in Panda. He had 3.5k gold. I really do not like saving up gold like this. He gets
Shieldbreaker
here. I like it a lot, and Lodestone really should buy something. I mean, it's quite significant. This 3k gold he has saved up.
So correct me if I'm wrong here. The Flurry, the Shieldbreaker will only work on Flurry if he has a staff, right? He needs that staff effect. So he does still need to auto attack for the Shieldbreaker effect to come in, which he's doing now with the face smash. So we see Lodestone is at 7 armor, now at 2, and that is going to be some great damage assistance there. Now
Man,
again, that
he's
was a
tanking
3
that
versus
Lowstone.
1. Yeah, he did soak a lot of damage there.
But they're going for the boss again here. Aatrox.
Oh, right. So I'm just gonna guess that he drops another banana.
I think the banana stack means
So
Panda trying to get all the bananas.
he can have two in his like in the same slot, right? It'll just
Yep.
stack together.
But I think maybe yeah, two in the same slot, like the wards and TPs here. If you look at the
This boss does not look that difficult, to be honest. I feel like they did it rather easily. They're all full HP and everything. They don't have like in Caldivar, you typically need a lifesteal in your carry to kind of hold the ground fighting it.
yeah.
Oh, Panda could be in some trouble here. There's the swap. The ball lightning unfortunately gonna miss. Just a little bit mistimed there. And Pandemonium will be able to portal key away. So good attempt, but Panda will avoid that death.
Yeah, Panda with the fast fingers here, Portal King out. Let's see how this next engagement go. Legion should try to take the fight in jungle here. They have a lot of vision, which is Andrew is just now working on countering. Great counter one by Andrew here.
Oh yeah, I haven't really paid too much attention, but I have noticed that both teams are very very adamant on their warding. They're making sure to keep up that vision on those pillars, on those high grounds. Just try to keep seeing the opposition. Now, I don't know if we mentioned the Soul's Bulwark was finished on Jereziah. He's going to get hit with a Comet Stun here as he's trying to counter ward. Just put the Charm out on himself, avoiding the Rocket Jewel stun as he was trying to counter ward this ward. So they are going to know that this is up here.
Rocket finish on Ravenor as well.
Mm-hmm.
I do hope Panda makes it a priority to go for Ravenor, but they do have to swap for his ulti, so...
Yeah, so it's definitely difficult for him. He has to time that face smash very well.
Yeah.
So we talked about the early Shunkin. What do you think Ravenor should try to go for as like a follow-up to now being able to kind of survive and hold his ground in fights? Does he need like more survivability? Does he need damage? Actually, hold that thought. We have a swap here on the Pandemonium. He gets healed by Jereziah. There's the Charm. Soul's Blessing. Everything being used here to try to keep him alive. He has the Astral Leap up in one more second, but he will portal key to safety as now Bubbles comes in with a counter. Gets a two-man kelp field after the Song of the Sea, holding them in place. And I think this is just going to be a full retreat mode as we have both sides kind of settle down and fall back there. So a lot of ultimates being used. Nobody ends up falling on either side.
I mean, good fight here from both sides, trading some abilities. As you were asking, I think Ravenor just needs to tank up. This hero does like insane damage when you stack up his ultimate. He doesn't really need to buy damage items. He's already hitting for 150 and get some nice attack speed from the demonic. So just something that is gonna allow him to hit and stay in is gonna be really good. As I think basically every hero on Legion is gonna melt to Ravenor's attack when he stacks up that ultimate.
Right, and something to note is that I would imagine Ravenor is great against Jereziah, who bumps everybody's armor up with that Soul's Blessing, giving them physical damage reduction, but he doesn't care because he does magic damage right clicks.
Yeah, 100%. He does have a ring mail in his inventory, which I find to be very worrying. What item could you buy that with ring mail that makes sense for a Ravenor here?
Yeah, they already have the demonic, and going Lex or armor or plated greaves or even a heavy home, I don't know if that necessarily makes sense at this stage of the game. Maybe he'll just keep that and not upgrade it into anything, but I would not really recommend seeing any of those items picked up. Bubbles goes in here with a silence, forces out the Shrunken from Ravenor. Swap comes out immediately from Andromeda, but there was no face smash used, and now he will face smash the Andromeda. Very well done here from Pandemonium. Yeah, double damage helping with that damage, and now Lodestone all by himself as his two teammates have fallen, and this is a 3-for-0 fight at their own base. They hold the ground, and we'll see what they can make use out of this, as they are dead for 40 seconds on two players, 60 seconds on the Lodestone. I have to imagine this will either force out a buyback from the Lodestone or just simply be a Rax, but can Lodestone even hold this Sate, as he's going to be going up 1 versus 3 ultimately?
I don't think Lodestone can do much at all, but at the same time, I think it's gonna be hard for Legion to kill him in base. So maybe
They're
he
up
can
in
distract
20
him.
seconds, so this will definitely be a tower. He's throwing out the rocket drill, try to do everything he can here, which ultimately isn't going to be too much of a defense, but melee racks should fall. He might try to start a fight here as his two teammates are respawning. They have Soul's Blessing here on Jeremiah, but Kelp and Face Smash are still down.
So he gets level 3 Shield Breaker on the Panda, but still has 3k gold, and he should really spend it, I think. What item would you like to see here on Panda, Beans?
That's a good question. He is getting the charm from Jeremiah, I think, every fight, so he doesn't necessarily need a Shrunken, and we don't see the counter item No Fireblade or Sand Scepter come out yet from Hellborn, so I think Shrunken is not necessary here. You know, it's tough because he kind of already has damage. Going for something like a Nullstone or anything doesn't quite make sense. We have a swap here on the Jeremiah. They lock him down with the chain stuns, and I think Legion wasn't in position to fight that 3 versus 3. Now Panda's going to go in here. He forces the Shrunken out. There's no charm here for him, so he cannot use the face smash. He does go down here, and it will force out the buyback following that onslaught streak falling here. And Ravenor did go down, so they are going to lack damage now on Hellborn. Panda and Bubbles should be able to out-manpower Andromeda and Lodestone. They're going for a counter kill here. Bubbles, by the way, has a Spike Bola picked up. That's a great pickup against the Ravenor. And they will take out Andromeda. Lodestone, he is on the run. He is very tanky, though. Without the Panda getting in position here, this could be a tough kill. Rocket Drill, he is going to stun the Panda and make it over the cliff here. But he is still slowed up. Bubbles without any mana, not really able to chase.
With 80 mana here, he needs to go and region. Exciting fights here, going back and forth. A lot of action. I think, to answer my own question, I think Panda should buy Axe of the Malphite and just get a heart.
Just get a heart. I mean, that would make sense. Just tanking up. It would give him base damage too. We see a face smash come out here on the Lodestone. I gotta say, that was a little bit hopeful of Lodestone to kind of just come to this part of the map all by himself with 3 alive. Yeah, perhaps maybe
little overzealous here, but
yeah.
At the bottom racks here, are they gonna look to go throne, or do you go top lane to try to get the other racks?
I think that they should probably just go for the Raxes. Swap comes in. There is fountain damage coming in. Jeremiah going to take some damage. The Spike Bola was used on the Ravenor, but now it's over as the Shrunken was used. He's man-fighting, but he will fall. There is just not enough sustain, and they turn it around.
Panda is just insane, this hero, actually. Just doing so much damage, like 3-shotting Ravenor, basically, with the flurries. They're going for the boss again.
They want banana number 3. Now I think Bubbles used the second one. Oh wow, look at that damage!
Almost one shot.
And I think Panda used his banana there. He was very low on life, so he's had that for a long time. Whoa! That is so much damage coming in!
Oh, he silenced it. He was gonna do it again and kill Panda as well.
Okay, so remember when I said the boss is easy, like 10 minutes ago? I didn't know the boss could do that. Okay, apparently that is crazy, the amount of burst that General Aatrox possesses. He just took Jeremiah out of the game for 45 seconds. Holy cow.
I would suggest that it's probably a pretty easy boss still. You just need to move to the side when it does this huge telegraphed ability.
Okay, fair enough.
You're not paying attention. One shot, Jeremiah got hit twice and just deleted off the map.
That looked silly, I gotta say. That was just... He was there and then he wasn't there anymore. Alright, so 4,500 gold on the Panda. We'll see what he ultimately chooses, but we have the suggestion of Heart. Behemoth's Heart is our suggestion here. He could look to pick that up. And also, he's out of buyback, so I think buying, selling either the Chalice or the Vestment makes sense here. Just buying a full-on Behemoth's Heart, since the gold will not go to anything else. Here comes the smoke play from the Hellborn side, but a great Portal Key avoid following up that swap from Andromeda, and they could not secure the kill there. As Bubbles, I believe he's trying to counter push the top lane. He is making his way over with invisibility and Mystic Rune active. He's got the cooldown reductions. Panda going in with the charm here on the Ravenor. Here comes the face smash. It will lock him down. Andromeda got silenced up. She didn't have the swap available anyway. Just used that for the offensive play. Panda lands the cannonball. He's flying into position. He will take out the Andromeda. And just like that, it's a 2-for-0 swing. And that might have just done it, Sate. There are 2 players without buybacks. Lowstone, the only man alive, 1 versus 3. They have 1 Rax remaining. Now, they didn't pass that concede vote, but I gotta say this is pretty scary as Legion is making their way for the full set of racks here.
I mean, they should probably just go throne, right? They could just end the game before Raptors spawn.
Yeah, the creeps are gonna also be working on that last defensive tower there, guarding the sacrificial shrine. As we see, Lowstone, he's just nothing he can do, unfortunately. The GGs are being called by both teams, and the shrine is gonna fall the old-fashioned way. Nope, the Concevo comes out at the last second, but that was a hell of a first game here, Sate. This one, I believe, was around 40 minutes or so, if I'm not mistaken. Quite the match to start off the day.
100% going back and forth, and I mean, Legion won. Also, the team with the initial lead. Hellborn did have a really great comeback, but ended up having a couple of unfortunate fights and falling behind again. So I also think maybe Legion's lineup were a little bit more fit to this format, but that also comes down to luck, right? Since it's a single draft.
Yeah, exactly. So we will see them take that first game. Now, again, this is a best of 3. I think all games today will be best of 3. So we have at least one more match coming up. So showing the bracket here for you guys to see. This is our EU1 bracket. We were just watching match number 4. So it is currently 1-0 in favor of Willy Wanker, this team up here. So we should be getting into another one here. So normally I would ask you, Sate, like, what does the team that lost need to do in order to like keep the series going or whatnot? But like you mentioned, this is a single draft format, so it's kind of almost unpredictable in a sense what's going to happen.
Well, 100%, because you don't know what lineup you're gonna be able to create for yourself, and you don't know what you're gonna be facing. I mean, I think both teams need to remind themselves that they should fight as 3 people every time, because Legion fought like 8 or 10 times 2 versus 3 and threw the lead away just like that. Also, remember, you can use bananas. Is also a good tip.
Oh
If you're
yes.
gonna kill the boss, use them when the enemies are killing you, and not use them to kill the next boss that is also killing you.
So all right, so I'm in the next one. They're in the picket phase here. And the only thing that's kind of unfortunate from a spectator point of view is I cannot see the 3 options that each player is able to choose from. So I can't really comment, but we are in the loading screen now. Our Legion team has Kinesis, Sapphire, and Accursed. And then our Hellborn team has Gladiator, Armadon, and Grinnex. So okay, so we have 3 melee heroes on one side, some tanky heroes, and then on the Legion side, a little bit more glass cannony style heroes, but they have an Accursed for that defense. Again, running that defensive style hero, they had that Jeruziah in the first game, so they get the option to pick up one of those style of heroes, and they're going to be running that Sapphire, I guess, as their big damage dealer. But
I mean,
let's talk about the lineup here. What do you think from both sides, what
I
they've
should
chosen?
imagine, as you said, that this curse is going to be very powerful, being able to remove both Pitfall and Shadow Step, as well as Snotstorm from Almedon the slow. Kinesis is going to be solo laner. He can steal. I think Greenwich Q is probably his best ability in this game. Uh,
All
which
right.
is which is fine, I think. I mean, all I know when I was 10 years old or 12 years old playing this format, like way back in the day, Armadon used to be so broken in this format because you don't have quite enough heroes to kill him if he tanks up. But I mean, Legion has some good damage with the Sapphire, so they lag down or lock down a little bit. But I mean, I think these are some good lineups from both teams. The triple melee from Hellborn is a little bit interesting, but we'll see if it works out here.
Hmm. So yeah, triple melee is interesting. We did see the double melee lane last game from the Legion side, which was the Pandemonium Jeraziah lane. So I thought that was quite interesting, fun combo. And now I'm sure we'll see another double melee lane again. This time from the opposing side. So we did have a pause, but it looks like we are underway.
They had an AFK. Maybe this impacted their draft in any way. Did any of the people random? Did we see that?
Oh, actually, Hellborn Random Gladiator.
Yeah. So
I think.
unfortunate.
I don't know what the teams this or how it works if they. I don't think there's remix unless they both agree or whatnot. I think we just play on. But
I mean, Hellborn hasn't requested anything or
right,
complained, so I think they're just electing to play here.
I feel like Gladiator is a good hero for this format, nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%.
So perhaps they also feel the same way. Armadon, he didn't buy any items. Perhaps he was figuring out how they were going to do this. So he's going to be playing, I think, that supportive style of role. Gladiator going to be taking the creeps. So he picks up the hatchet. I think that's fine. I think either way they wanted to do this would work out relatively the same.
If I was deciding, I would do it the other way around. As
make Armadon like an unkillable force.
Yeah, and have the more supportive style Gladiator, which we sometimes see in Force of Calvadar map. You can play it as a position 4 type hero. But I think Armadon can probably do some work still if he manage to just get some good levels here.
Okay, and then top lane we have Kinesis versus Grunix. So, interestingly enough, both games we saw the solo lane being top and the dual lane being bottom. Is that like...
I think that's a like hidden agreement.
It's a hidden agreement to send the 2v2 lane to this bottom lane. I feel like both sides of the map are relatively equal, right? It could go either way.
Yeah, it could go
in
either
theory.
way. I mean, there's no reason that bottom lane isn't the solo lane. I just think that's what this is just what people do.
Okay.
Right? So it's like hidden agreement, but I mean you could switch it up and just go for the other guy or do 2 versus 1 lanes. But both teams electing to be 2 heroes bottom here. How's the CS down and bottom beans?
8 and 5 Sapphire against a 8 and 1 Gladiator. So same creep kills, but more denies for Legion. See Grinx bottling up a haster, and he gets the bottle already. And both sides prioritizing warding that center cliff here by that observatory. The rune control going to come into Hellborn there.
Great job to controlling the rune. I think that should be a pretty big deal. He can very quickly just haste down bottom. The map is so small, and maybe try to pick off this Sapphire if Hellborn regains lane control. It's a little bit hard with Gladiator pushing the lane with the whip, but I think he should maybe try to gank. It's not a bad idea at all. Get that early first spot. I think it matters a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think once they feel they have enough damage, they are going up against an Accursed, of course, so you could always kind of make a tower dive punishable. How do you feel about Kinesis with farm? I feel like this hero, we do see him often as a support, but when he's played in a core position, he can definitely become very tanky with that inherent defense, stacking up a shield for himself, like deceptively tanky, so to speak.
Yeah, the hero can definitely do some work in a core role. I mean, normally I like it more in that 4 position as a supportive kind of hero, but it can definitely solo lane here, and I think it should do pretty well this game. It fits the lineup.
He's putting points into the inherent defense early. I think 1 point only.
Yeah, it's the way to go.
So he's gonna definitely want to have like a little bit of a shield at least. Still prioritizing maxing his thought steal for now.
Do you want to do that with Grinning Stun?
I think maybe maxing the telekinetic control would probably be his best option, but we'll see how it goes. Grinix goes in with a stun there, but I think just some pressure coming out. As he pops the haste rune. Looks like he's gonna get this next rune spawn, the Mystic Illusion rune, uncontested. Using the bottle sips there.
Running bottom, but they know. They saw him in the ward.
Yeah. Yep, they're already playing defensively in their tower. Very smartly.
They could tank the tower with these illusions and the Grinix's bottle. They're gonna try to dive here, I think.
Yeah, they're pushing in the creep wave. Grinix is still hanging around, so maybe they go for the accursed. Going in on the Sapphire here, stuns him into the tower.
Oh, they didn't remove
Here comes the crystal though. Is this enough damage? Heal comes in, and Armadon falls, so the hold from Legion.
He dies to Legion though.
Oh right, so no first blood. That is actually important. And now Kinesis. Oh, he's gonna go down first. The pitfall comes in from Gladiator. Though Hellborn does get the first blood. It comes at a cost though, as Grinix did fall as well. So this was in total 2 kills, but only 1 counting. So 1 for 1.
I mean, the Armadon kill only gave Legion 60 gold each, so that was kind of irrelevant. But 1 for 1 here, and Gladiator getting first blood. So good start for Legion or Hellborn.
Oh yeah, it definitely is, and that's the triple melee lineup coming into play. Sapphire gets pulled back here by the Showdown. She's getting slowed up by the Snots. Pitfall comes out, but there's another Cauterize heal from the Accurse. Up some mana potion, regain some mana here. Doing his job of keeping Sapphire nice and healthy against these spells from Hellborn. We have a Plated Greaves first item pickup here on Kinesis. He's got 20 creep kills compared to the 25 of Grinix, who has a bottle and marchers. A little different style of item progression there. Kinesis picks up an invisibility rune. Now this was spotted, just like the previous attempts on the opposing side, as both sides still have that ward there. And they obviously Armadon hugging the tower there, so yeah, definitely he knows.
Back. And Grinix getting some farm in the top lane here, winning by 8 now CS and quite a few denies as well. So Grinix doing a good job so far. Level 7.
Oh, we have level 5 on 2 players and level 6 on the Kinesis. Shard comes down, but no reckless charge there. Grinix is here now. This could be some pressure. Great double stun comes in. And will they get the Showdown? It's on cooldown for 5 more seconds, so no follow-up. Armadon just a little too slow without the Marchers. Can't catch up for some Snot slows.
Good try by Hellborn here. Kinesis even showing the TP bottom, so Kinesis is definitely ready. They're ready to go if they dive bottom here. So.
Yeah, so kind of similar to game 1. It did definitely start off a little bit slower, but I think once these level 6s start to come into play, the action just kind of picks up naturally. We see a lot more fighting than creep farming. But for now, it's still kind of heading to a slow pace, but we'll see where Kinesis maybe looks to use his ultimate going forward. He's had that available for about a minute or so now. See if he looks to set up any kills. Sapphire is a hero that kind of needs some levels, I think, to kind of get going.
Yeah, actually, I think maybe, I mean, as soon as he gets level 7, I think he can almost one-shot Grinix.
The Kinesis?
Yeah.
So he's still maxing that Thought Steal. He's got 3 points into the, or 4 points into the Shadows. Shadow Step?
Maybe not then. He's getting ganked here though. Haste the Gladiator.
Okay, there's the stun from Grinix with Kinesis. And a lot of damage in response and the inherent defense shield kicking in. So he is deceptively tanky, especially with those Plated Greaves. They weren't really able to put too much hurt onto him. 2 versus 1.
No, he was fast to stun, so the Gladiator couldn't time the pitfall with the Showdown. So Gladiator stun missing, and as such, they didn't have any chance to kill him.
Very nicely done there from Kinesis, avoiding a death. Steamboot's picked up on the Sapphire. He's got Knuckles already as well. His creep farm is fantastic. He's the top farmer so far. 45 creep kills, 1-0-1 score.
Yeah, and I mean, the Sapphire hero does so much damage with the shard, so he can definitely be very scary with a little bit of farm.
3 players here for Hellborn. Runic spotted out by the tower, so not being too sneaky. Level 6 on the Accursed, so he's got that flame consumption ready to go if they choose to go for him. You can keep Sapphire well protected as well, so it's a very defensive natured lineup from Legion. I mean, even Sapphire with the quick shield, 3 points in that kind of bulks up her power. Yep. We see the Chariot come out there, or the Call to Arms. It wasn't even necessary. They had a lot of damage. Perhaps lining up their skills a little bit better this time. As you pointed out, he did a nice job avoiding it the last gank attempt. But didn't have his Stasis Smash available as well, so that also being a difference maker. And we see a 2-1 hero kill lead now for Hellborn. Almost identical golden XP lead here at 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the game's even. I would give the slight edge to Legion, as they have the Sapphire, which has a bit more scaling than they have on Hellborn, and they also have this Accursed to protect him, shield him, and remove these stuns from the Hellborn side. So, but very even game so far, and anything can happen here.
Oh yeah, we still got a lot of game to play. Gladiator has Ghost Marchers picked up. Not too much follow-up yet, just a power supply and an iron shield.
Yeah,
Some whip pressure come out.
Glad is slowly farming. He also has 84 or 48 creep kills, sorry. So he's doing quite well, 330 GPM.
Port coming in here from Kinesis, but the creep spotted that, so he's going to cancel it right away. Maybe even felt he was threatened by Grinix stopping his TP. Who uses the illusion rune here. It's just gonna use it in the tower. The illusions will die rather quickly. I'm getting a little anxious, Sate. I just kind of want to see those team fights break out, but we gotta get through the farming phase here first. General Aatrox is also waiting for some action to happen. Which team do you think will look to do him first this game?
I think whoever wins,
the first big fight. Okay.
Yeah, if you kill 2 people, I think you just go either for the tower, but you could go get bananas.
Fall top lane does connect. There's the Shadow Step stun. Gets pulled back by the Showdown after using that counter Shadow Step. Oh, he's just a little too tanky. Grinix wants this kill, and he will find it in the trees there. That bonus hit from the Nether Strike, giving him that final damage auto attack. They bring him down once again. This is Kinesis' 3rd death, actually. 0-3-1 now. So all 3 kills onto him. As we see the 12-minute rune bottled here by Grinix. Might be wanting to give that over to Gladiator. Let him take a hit of the bottle even.
Here.
Yep, they go for another kill perhaps, but it's so hard to go for these bottom heroes here. Curse is just so tough to bring down, and Sapphire able to be protected. Now they are 3 versus 2. Kinesis is porting in, doesn't have a stasis smash when he gets here. The shard doing a lot of damage onto Grinix. He's forced to fall back. There's the crystallize coming out from Sapphire. Pops the mana battery. He's gonna have some damage, wakes him up, and Grinix final auto attack takes him out from the Sapphire. So they do get the kill there, and it is now 3-2. Still a kill advantage for Hellborn.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are doing a good job trying to create some exciting fights here. I think Green has been doing a really good job so far, actually winning this top lane and finding these picks onto the Kinesis along with the Gladiator. But what I'm really looking forward to seeing is like what items are we gonna go. I mean, the Sapphire is going totally traditional items here. The Knuckles into Shroud, which he's almost done with.
Yeah, he's farming very well. I think the Genjuro makes a lot of sense. Just for like damage assistance. Call to Arms is gonna not hit here, unfortunately. Showdown was used previously. Couldn't pull him back into it. A good attempt, but not going to line up the spells correctly there. I think the Ninjuro makes a lot of sense going up against triple melee. He goes in with a shard into Reckless Charge Smash, and there's just so much damage there. Kinesis from the flank, catching him off guard, and serial killer streak comes out for the Sapphire. Continues to be the top farmer here of game number 2 with 420 gold per minute, give or take.
Yeah, I mean he's doing a great job, and I don't I reckon I've seen so far. I don't think Curse realizes that his shield purchase stuns. He's every time he's using shield like just before the stun.
Okay.
So that's something a Curse could maybe at some point in the match realize and do a bit more work. But both teams are doing a great job so far.
Okay, yeah. He has the Shroud completed now already, so that's a big item pickup. And his counterpart, Gladiator, he has 900 gold saved up, but it looks like they want to go in here. Grinex is coming. 3 versus 2. Once again, Kinesis is in the top lane. Great stun on the Sapphire, and the Curse not able to keep him alive. There's just too much damage coming in. They even dropped double rev wards there for the Shroud, so heads up play from Hellborn's side to recognize the Shroud purchase.
Again, the Curse shielding a little too early here. Unfortunately, I mean, and as you said, Kinesis in the top lane trying to recover a bit here. He's up to 50 creep kills almost.
Curse finding 2 rev wards here with that 1 rev ward himself. Showdown comes out. Now there's no flame consumption here if they choose to go for a kill, but Sapphire's here to kind of prevent a dive. They don't really have the burst damage, having the Armadon there as the support, so they'll just fall back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's smart here. Just go regen and reset from Hellborn. Hope Armadon doesn't get caught by Kinesis. He's coming from the side. Fight with the...
That was a Kinesis pitfall. Always fun to cast Kinesis. Sometimes the animations will catch off guard. Who's casting what? We have a counter pitfall, but it will be spotted out. He avoids that. Picks up a haster, and here's a stasis smash coming in. Do they have the follow-up here as the Legion players are trying to rotate over? Head smash comes in, or head... Reckless Charge, sorry, into that shard. They take out the Gladiator. There goes a lot of the damage now. Armadon, he's trying to throw out the spines, but he's going to maybe... No, he does not get denied by General Atrax. And it will be 2 kills. The Haste coming into play there big time for Legion. And they take the hero kill lead now 5-4. And we see them jump out to a 1,200 gold lead.
I mean, yeah, good fight from Legion, furthering their lead here. And protecting that Sapphire as they need to.
TP's coming in. Grinex is setting up here. Armadon spawns in 3 seconds. They go in on the Accursed Pitfall. Going to miss. Counter Pitfall with the Showdown. Tries to land on the Sapphire. He avoids the call to arms as well. And Grinex the only one to fall here. Now Armadon has respawn, but perhaps a little too early maybe. They did defend the tower at the least, but coming at the cost of a hero kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good try. I thought a curse was gonna fall, so unfortunately not ended up happening here. I mean, this Sapphire doing so much damage. Look at that. As soon as he gets the Genjuro...
1 versus 2. You see the power. He's holding his ground here.
Yeah, with the Genjuro upcoming, he's gonna be able to kite the Hellborn team quite well, as you pointed out. They're all melees, so...
Yeah, if he catches a couple on that shard, it's gonna be crazy. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, 100%. He's electing to max the shard last. Is that the usual skill build?
To be honest, I think no. Typically you want the shard for farming like jungle camp stacks and whatnot, but in this case it adds extra slow. It amplifies damage, gives him more hits on the shard, I believe. So I think putting points into it earlier would make sense. He's valuing the extra stun duration damage from his charge as well as the shield. I think he could have maybe not maxed out the shield early. I think with the Accursed behind him, it probably was enough defensive capability. He's going to go in here with a shard. Grinex, 3 hits from the shard. Oh, he can't get the last one off. Can he make the escape? No, he cannot. The auto attack does connect as Kinesis there to kind of assist. Picks up the Energizer as his first big item.
I mean,
But
nice job with the dust here from Sapphire. They're gonna try to push this bottom tower. He did have the DD rune picked up earlier, trying to find this Grenix here, so good job by Legion.
big damage coming in there. It's gonna wear off, unfortunately, but they might be able to secure this tower kill. Armadon standing here takes a stasis smash. He is going to melt on top of that shard. Not very tanky as he is the support. Two-man call to arms comes in, but Gladiator all by himself has no team support, and the tower falls to Sapphire. But we see the lead very large now, 5,200 gold lead, 4,300 experience. And Sapphire all the way up to 514 gold per minute. It's starting to get scary here, Sate.
Yeah, and he has that curse behind him, being 0 and 8, doing a really good job. You saw him tank the pitfall and the call to arms, and his HP barely moved as he received both the shield and the cauterize. So
Yep.
it's gonna be very hard to kill this Sapphire, which is starting out to put up quite a bit of damage here.
The unsung hero, the defensive backline of a curse, helping keep that Gary Sapphire healthy for those fights. Very, very nice to see. He does pick up the Astrolabe again, similar to game number 1, valuing that early Astrolabe. So they have quite a lot of heals to work with. We have a fight over here in the middle of the map as Grenix gets melted by the Genjuro Sharded Sapphire. The Gladiator takes a couple of hits there as well, but I think he's going to lose vision. No, he has the Ward of Sight, actually chooses not to pursue for a kill. See Concede Vote come out.
Concede Vote here, yeah.
Do you think that this game is out of Hellborn's reach at this point, or do you feel like there is still a way for them to perhaps deal with the Sapphire?
I mean, I wish I could say they have a chance here, but and they would if they didn't have a curse behind the Sapphire as well. Then you can always like gang up on her and try to get the pick. But with a curse behind her, she basically can't die, and she's just doing so much damage at this point. It's gonna be a very, very, very tough job for Hellborn to come back in this game. They're 7k gold behind.
Yep, we saw the last outer tower here. There is only 2, 1 per lane, but the last one nonetheless taken out by, I think it's by Sapphire. Helping out with that gold lead. Still haven't seen General Atrax done. I'm a little sad. I want to see the boss be taken out here. Maybe Legion will maybe Legion will look to do that. They kind of spaced out the map a bit better.
You were looking at it, but
yeah, they were teasing me with it, but they see some heroes in bottom lane that they want to go for. Here comes the Reckless Charge into the Stasis Smash, and they will bring down the Grenix Armadon now all by himself as Gladiator is in the top lane, and he will fall. It's a double tap coming out for the Kinesis. Meanwhile, they do get the counter tower here. So, Signs of Life. Gladiator picks up the Shroud as his first completed item. But the base tower is under fire here, Sate. You cannot leave your racks unattended, as the tower will fall here. Grenix still dead for 23 seconds.
I mean, Gladiator's trying to kill the top tower, but it's not gonna be in time. I think they're gonna be able to kill the racks and TP back before the tower falls.
Unfortunately, a Gladiator doesn't have the fighting power to bring this down by himself fast enough. Strike it, friends! The full racks will fall, and we see a 9,000 gold lead now for Legion. The tower at the Legion base is a little bit below half. Sapphire's here now to defend it from the creeps.
Let's see what Sapphire picks up here. It's the same player that played Panda before, and he likes to pull up a lot of gold.
I want to see Rift Shards. That's my personal opinion.
I'm more of a Doombringer kind of guy.
Oh, okay. You always got to one-up me. I see how it is. He goes for the Firebrand. Boo, that's a little boring, but still going to be a good choice. Gladiator gets caught here. He is going to survive, gets to the portal. They can chase him, though. They do go in the portal. Here come the slow stream. Kinesis, one more hit, 34 HP. Can they bring him down? The final auto attack from Kinesis. They had that Ward of Sight all along. Takes him out. And now Armadon, he's trying to make it to the well. He needs that well to protect him as the base tower here defending that shrine is being worked on here. Sapphire, meanwhile, she wants to go farm up the top lane and just push that in, deciding that maybe going for the top racks is the correct call here.
I mean, I think they could just run down and kill this shrine, but I think Sapphire likes to go for the safe play here. And
I'm
just,
okay with
get
that.
Double racks, go for mega creeps. Not a bad idea. Definitely not.
This tower is taking so much damage from the Sapphire, by the way. Grenex, he's gonna go in maybe here with a stun. He throws out an auto attack from Nether Strike, but doesn't break the invisibility. They do lose the tower here. So they have that one set of racks remaining.
Yeah, I mean, they have the one Rax clinging on. They're gonna kill the boss now, Vince.
Yes!
He
I love
they're
it!
gonna die
I
this
love
time.
it! I want to see this boss fall. I also want to see the boss just one-shot somebody too, because that was pretty epic, but hopefully that doesn't happen. Oh, wow! Look at that damage from onto all three! They are going to bring him down. There's the bananas. Sapphire looks like he'll pick that up.
He dropped something to put it in his real inventory this time. Maybe he's trying to put it there so he'll remember it. Smart play by the Sapphire, so let's see if he uses the bananas this time. I definitely hope so.
Well, hopefully, yes. He has 3,000 gold saved up. Is this just going to be a Geometer's Bane finished, or does he go...
I mean, I saw the recipe
the other
earlier,
item
so
could
that was what he
be...
was clicking.
The other item could be Dawnbringer. I missed that kill, unfortunately. Grinex falls. I think he got hit with the Stasis Smash.
Yeah, he did. Just got lifted, and I mean, Sapphire just 3-shot him. GG's coming out.
The GGs are called,
Honorme.
yeah. I think the white flag is being raised here unofficially.
Yeah.
And
they're
this
showing
will be
the flag.
this will be the this will be the full 2 Raxes now. So this will be a 2-0 victory here for our Legion side, as they did take game number 1. They will be moving on in the bracket here, and I believe they're playing the winner of the match 3. I'll have to double check that that's correct. It looks like Fervor, Doze, and Esthon were the winner of match 3. Can show that in a sec here. So let me just quickly pull that up for the viewers.
Fervor, who said that's 4?
So we have Fa, Doze, and Fawn were the match 3 winners, so they move on here. And then we have the winner of match 4, which just concluded, Boeasy, Willy Wanker, and Wilma Wanker. They will be taking on those guys here. And then we have on the upper side, looks like Coco Jambo, Mr. Tallyman, and Blore, I believe. And then match 5 was Volka, Yoghar, Dig, and Ha Ha Ha. So we got some pretty good teams. Moving on here to play in our next bracket for EU1. Is there either match you think we should cover here that we can choose from?
I think that's gonna be up to you, Beans. I can't quite see or figure out which match is gonna be best here. I'm looking at it.
Okay. So yeah, that was a fun series between our match 4 participants. Game 1 proved to be very, very entertaining. That one going a bit longer than game number 2. Always fun to see the different team dynamics. Of course, we did point out a couple times it is single draft, so sometimes we see these unique lane combos, like in game 1, the Pandemonium Jereziah lane. Unfortunately, I think Hellborn randomed in the second game, but they did have a triple melee setup. Didn't end up working out for them.
No, but valiant try here from Hellborn, which were actually Hellborn both times elected not to swap sides. I suppose though the map is mirrored, so it doesn't quite matter here.
Right. I think it's an automated lobby with the auto selection, if I'm not mistaken. So I think they just kind of get placed into that spot.
Oh yeah.
I could be wrong about that, but
I mean, yeah, I have no idea. You're probably right. So when do the next match start?
let's see here. Match 7 should be. I think we'll probably be starting pretty soon because I think we are behind schedule. But I think the upper half, the Folka's team versus the Coco Jumbo, which is Dude, I think that game should be quite good. So I think I'm
Yeah,
gonna say we should go for that one.
yeah, let's do that 100%. I didn't realize that was dude's team. Yeah.
Dude, I believe it's Dude, Squarey, and Nede, which you should know all those guys. And then
Yeah.
Volka, Mate, and uh, Marcus, Snark's little brother.
Yeah. Starks to the butter.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, let's go for dude. I always like watching dude. He does some interesting things in the games and maybe pick something untraditional, but we don't quite get to see the drafting, so we don't know what he has to choose from here in the coming game.
hmm So we will just patiently wait here till our match is underway. But anything else you want to talk about while we have a short break here?
Uh, I want to say Vulca's an idiot, and that's it. That's all I have to contribute to the stream. I mean, it's nice to see some tournaments here, even if it's 3 versus 3, which is I think kind of cool. I mean, it's good to see General Aatrox getting some fight battling with him in the jungle.
Oh yeah, I love General Aatrox so far from what I've seen. He is not as easy as maybe we thought he was in the beginning. And while we have a spare moment here, I just want to shout out the Han community, everyone donating to the community fund here, which I believe is what's enabling us to have such a tournament. And a big shout out to Korden specifically, as well as Stefsor and Honorme, who are helping behind the scenes to make sure everything is going according to schedule and plan, the best of our ability. Thank you to you guys.
Yeah, I mean it's great to see what the Hun community can still do these days. I mean, private service and all doesn't matter. Still making tournaments, still keeping the servers running, still making balance changes. It's very impressive.
Oh yeah, so we have a for those who don't know, we have a PBT client, which is mostly, I believe, done through the in-house league, and we're working on some changes potentially to make some improvements. I'm not sure if I can say too much more, but that is kind of an ongoing thing, which is pretty fun. Perhaps we could get some unique stuff coming very soon.
I hope so. It should be interesting for people to play around with some of the new changes. They
I've
haven't
seen a
been
lot
playing
of
around myself,
seen a
but
lot of
it's interesting
cool
changes.
ideas that sound like they'll be pretty fun if they make it to live.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of really cool designs, and I think people are quite good at executing. So maybe some of the more extreme ideas are actually gonna work out. That would be very cool. Um, People are doing a lot of testing at some point, definitely. But a great match here, the first one here from both teams, and I'm really looking forward to see what strategies and how the rest of the teams are gonna be warding and how they elect to play here. I really do wish we could see from the caster spot which heroes they have to choose from, so we could judge them from their drafting as well. But both teams have done some pretty cool lineups. I think game one, especially with the Jeremiah Panda working out really well, but the enemy team countering with Andro, so they had the swap for the Panda also. Uh, but I guess I mean it's single draft, right? You can actually see what the enemy picked before the game actually starts. Uh, I'm not quite sure about that, but
Should be an interesting game coming up with Nette, Scurry, and Dude. They always try to do some interesting stuff, and Volka and Snark's little brother and Mate are obviously players that have played in many tournaments and won some in the past. So maybe they're gunning for the title.
Yeah, that's a good point. I believe we are in a lobby here. I'm gonna pull that up right now. All right, so we are underway with match 7 now. So we have Mr. Tallyman, Coco Jumbo, Blur, which some of you guys from Han might know them as Squarey, Dude, and Nede, against Volka, Yaghar Dig, and I just call him Haha because he has too many Ha's in his name. But very familiar players here across the board. And I'm assuming you're in, Sate. I'm gonna let you take over with the heroes, and you can start discussing.
I mean, we see the Panda again from the Legion side here. I think Panda's very strong in this mode. They do have Rhapsody on Hellborn, which can maybe negate some of the Panda ulti with her own ultimate here, being played by Volka. I mean, Aluna is a strong hero, has good burst, nice stun. I mean, we know very well. And Zephyr here should be quite strong in the solo lane, but it looks like he'll be going up against the Dampier dual lane here in the top lane. So that could be rough for him. And I don't think Bushwhack is the hero for this mode. Doesn't have enough space on the map to kite and farm, but I mean, it should be interesting to see how they do with this hero here. As they broke the unspoken rule here, Beans.
The unspoken rule of 2 bottom and 1 and solo top. We see Volka running bottom on the Rhapsody.
Yeah. Rotating already. They wanna keep up the rule. The dual lane in the bottom lane and so forth. They're doing a good job here in the top lane, already pushing the Dampier a bit out of lane.
Who do you think wins this matchup, Dampier versus Zephyr?
Well, I think Bird does really well here.
Okay.
You can do good in CS. You can just sit on top of the creep wave and do damage.
I missed this on camera, but bottom lane Bushwhack almost fell to Panda and Aluna. So that was Emerald, Lightning Stun, and Flick from Panda. Now he has the Cannonball and the Power Throw. They're going to be very deadly here.
Yeah, I mean, good try from Legion. I unfortunately also missed that. I think maybe Vulcan wasn't quite in position to help, or I mean, he almost died. It was very close.
This is the second time today we're seeing a Pandemonium pick, and we saw the power already that Panda does bring to the 3 versus 3 format, so see if he continues the trend here. We start off this new series. But yeah, Zephyr against Dampier. It does look like it's quite even, but Dampier actually has 2 more denies as an advantage.
Yeah, I would like to see Nede going for more of the denies as well, instead of just trying to bully him. But Dampier is doing a good job getting his own 3 kills.
So
rotates up.
Yeah, they decide to actually remove the Rhapsody top. I'm a little bit surprised that maybe they just want to avoid this dual lane if possible, but that's going to leave Bushwhack very vulnerable if Luna does decide to stay down here, which she picks up the first rune of the game, the Mystic Illusion rune. Bushwhack, he's got his work cut out for him here. The Power Throw spots him out. He's going to sidestep to the safety of his tower, but they're going to prioritize getting the good start on the Dampier versus the Bushwhack. They go in with a combo here. Zephyr takes some heat from the 2, but gonna not be enough to bring him down just yet. Luna making her way top. Could this be a counter kill opportunity? Oh, Cannonball! Nice sidestep coming in from Bushwhack. Not with the actual sidestep, but with his body. And meanwhile, counter pressure coming in here from both sides. Coco Jumbo taking some heat from the staccato stuns. Omar auto attack. He goes for the power through. The turn kill isn't gonna get it in time. Both sides living life on the edge. Catman comes in. Oh, the stop from the Catman! It takes him out, and there will not be a bloodlust kill just yet, as Volka does go down to the neutral creeps. Wow, what a start here.
Typical French luck, man. Vulcan getting so lucky with the Catman just coming in to kill him from downtown.
Wow, that gust from Blore actually might have helped Volka in the end there. I think that is what triggered the Catman smash to begin with, but wow, that's a way to start off match 7 here. Whew. That's some adrenaline pumping for me at least.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of action so far and a lot of rotations. Both the supports are running back and forth between both lanes, trying to help as much as they can. And I mean, every hero can die. I mean, if they ever catch this Bushwhack with any stun or anything, he dies bottom lane.
Look at the golden XP. Look at the golden XP lead. It's almost dead even.
Yeah, dead even basically.
Double damage picked up by the bird. He was holding that with his body, literally. Didn't let anyone come close to him. What I do find interesting here, Sate, is that the Legion team continues to kind of be 2 versus 1 bottom. They're almost content with getting the farm on Panda versus prioritizing Zephyr up in the top lane 2 versus 2. We see him taking some pressure. This could be the first blood. He has the golden apple, uses it, and power supply has 3 more cyclones to consume, but he's not going to need to do that. But yeah, 1 versus 2, this is pretty tough for him to stay in the lane here.
It's hard to do anything as Zephyr here. I mean, I understand why they prioritize the Panda. It's such a strong hero in this format, but at the same time, it's kind of handicapping his experience.
The flick comes out there. And there's the bloodlust kill. The the power throw takes him out. So Coco Jambo, also known as Dude. I love Dude. He's such a great player. Played for Doghouse before on close. We saw a lot of tournament action from him as the star support player from Doghouse. Gets the bloodlust kill here in game 1. That's going to bump him up to 200 GPM, so going to give him the upgraded locket and the boots.
Yeah, I mean, the boots are going to be really good here. He's doing a lot of roaming already in the top lane, trying to find this.
Oh, here comes a Typhoon, but he's going to jump out of that with the flight.
They missed the gust, unfortunately.
Nice avoid there from Dampier as well, leaping out of the Typhoon. Good heads-up play. Meanwhile, we have the 6-minute rune coming up soon. We're going to have a clash here in the middle of the map. Panda goes in with a flick here, but here comes the fear from Dampier. Power throw hits onto 2, and now we have the gust knocking him out of Panda's ring. Bushwhack is going to fall to the Zephyr, and now the Dampier falls. The Cyclone's just ticking him down over time. Pandemonium. He doesn't get the rune there. There's the face smash coming in, though, on the Rhapsody, and they will take him out. And this was a great fight coming in from Legion. A 4-0 start here, Sate, as that was massive for our Legion team.
Yeah, I mean, Genocide is just so game deciding. Great job by Legion. I mean, very weird fight. Vulca picking up the Invis rune with his French lock, so he didn't have to die, and then he ran away and tried to kill the Panda, which unfortunately survived, so his lock ran out. I mean, really close fight here, everyone being low, but great execution by Legion. I mean, they have quite the lead to start the game. 2.3k gold lead already.
Zephyr under some heat here.
It is
the dance floor. There's a double gust, I believe, knocking them back, but I'm just gonna go probably back to base, get his regen on.
Good job by Nada.
So, we see a Bushwhack in Caldivar. He's used to like do early Kong Wars with lifesteal. Do you think he's gonna at some point look to do like an early General Aatrox with a lifesteal item? And speaking of him, he gets caught here. Nice cannonball catches him on the sidestep, but Bushwhack has the safety net of his tower. He uses the power supply. He's going for a turn kill here, and he will get it. A great play coming in from the Bushwhack. 1 versus 2, using that tower to his advantage. Makes the kill and the survive attempt a success.
I mean, great job by Snark's little brother here on Bushwhack, but I mean, I don't think you can just go for General Aatrox and solo it. I mean, sure, you can do a lot of damage in a short amount of time, but the map is too small, and I think you're gonna get they're gonna find you, you know, and then you're gonna be half HP if you tank any of the abilities or some damage here. So it's quite risky as Legion here tries secures the rune. Dude goes for Striders here on
Luna.
a Luna, and I'm not one to criticize Dude, but don't you think Striders are maybe not as good on this smaller map?
Yeah, I feel like maybe Steam Boots or even Ghost Marchers could be more beneficial. Well, nice stun there. They're off the catapult, catching the bushwhack. There's a face smash coming in. Volka couldn't get in range for a staccato stun. Didn't have the predictability yet. He's only level 5, but here comes Dampier porting in, I believe. He gets the counter kill, so they take out the Pandemonium, trading farmer for farmer there. So that will give it. That will make it a 5-2 hero kill lead now in favor of Legion still.
Yeah, that definitely benefited Hellborn as they're closing the gap quite a bit here in gold. Already came back at 1,000 gold. Vulka tries to find the Dude, but Dude is a little too slippery, a little too smart, and dodges the Vulka.
Top lane, the tower was under heavy pressure from Zephyr with the creep wave. Forces out the fortification.
Yeah, they swap lanes. Pushak now in the top lane. Zephyr gets armor boots, which I like. Ghost Marchers for Panda, which are also great. Then Pier goes for an upgraded power supply, which is also really good on that hero, and I think
extra healing for his flight and his consume. Yeah, very good. I like it.
And probably even stronger in this mode because the lifesteal or because of the tanking up is just so important here.
You know what I've noticed is not a whole lot of wording in this series so far versus the series we saw before. As Zephyr gets caught out here.
They could definitely use some words, I mean...
Haystring going to be picked up by Panda. This could be a difference maker. Rhapsody is surviving, but Panda might try to go for him. He does take him out with the flurry. They pour it into the other portal. Luna's going to go for the TP. He tries to juke, but...
Oh, so close.
Not going to make it out in time. Panda, he's trying to guess where they went. Fortunately, they, as we can see with our caster God Vision, they're in the top lane. And
yeah, I mean,
was that a 2-for-1 in the end, I believe?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I agree with your beans here. I think the other players we were watching were doing a better job at warding, and as a result of the lacking vision, the Hellborn team just groups up 3 people, and suddenly they're on top of Nede, and that's an issue. I mean, there's no goal lead anymore. I mean, I think there's like great swings in this type of match here. 2.3k goal lead is completely closed now, and Hellborn is as much in it as Legion. So
getting that kill on the Zephyr kind of slowed him down a little bit. He's dropped below 300 GPM. Throws out a gust there, but Aluna can't get in range for the Emerald Lightning. Stun. And we see Rhapsody has her protected Melody now. She's level 6. That could definitely prove to be a teamfight turn moving forward. Top lane, another Typhoon. Looks like will be avoided here by the Bushwhack. Maybe he was able to sidestep out of that before getting hit by another Gust. Luna very offensive here. They want this tower. Great deny coming in from Yagardig, as he will fall though. It is going to cost him his life, but he did still make a nice play to get that tower deny.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that's a quite good deny. I mean, it's a lot of gold. Trading yourself for it is a bit rough, I think. But how do you think these lineups stack up in let's say 10 minutes? Who do you think they has an advantage at like the 20-minute mark as they fight over the rune here?
We gotta hold that thought actually. Yeah, who got the rune though? Zephyr goes down. It is Dampier picks it up with the regen rune in his bottle. Haha is on an ultimate warrior streak now. He had, I think he was 0-1 in the beginning because we had a huge lead for Legion, but since then they have recovered 7-5, closing that kill gap. And he's on a good streak there.
He's doing so much burst on Dampier right now. He almost just deleted Zephyr here. So that hero's
Bushwhack. He could get dove here. There's the port coming in. I think from this is Dampier. He cancels it. The Bushwhack decides to turn around knowing that his teammate has canceled the port. Rhapsody looks like she wants to set up a ward maybe, or still deciding which lane to kind of prioritize going to, but see Luna also kind of doing the same. A lot of movement between the two lanes.
Dampier running bottom. They seem to know though. They have the ward spots up to Dampier and they go back. Dampier's picking up the glowstone, so he's getting staff.
Mhm.
How do you like that, Beans?
You know, I think if he staffs the Bushwhack later in the game, that's going to be huge, because the staff effect on Bushwhack is amazing and makes this hero so much better, in my opinion. So he's valuing the burst for himself, right? He wants the more essence charges.
Yeah.
I think if they're able to just kind of burst down one guy, being the Panda or the Zephyr, like right away, that maybe is their team goal. Pandemonium going to use a defensive cannonball. He's going to get caught out of position here now. 3 versus 2. I don't see him making his escape. He will not. Now Zephyr is here. He's trying to pick a target with the Typhoon. Locks Bushwhack down, but there's the sidestep. And Zephyr now getting kited. 2 versus 3. Protecting Melody. Out of range, though. Just barely to protect Bushwhack. Perhaps a little miscommunication there from the two. But a good attempt nonetheless. And now Aluna in some trouble. Gust defensively on the Dampier from the Zephyr. Rhapsody throwing down the dance floor, trying to perhaps make an escape. Another double stun from the Aluna, but Zephyr is going to go down. The sustain is just too powerful. Sate from the side of Hellborn between Dampier and Rhapsody. Power throw, not enough damage to take him out. So this was another good fight here from, I believe, the Hellborn side, getting a 2-for-1.
Yeah, I think this Dampier pick is paying off. Look, it's full HP in every fight. He's building it very tanky, and with the passive life steal.
Oh,
nice
he could go
from
down
Panda
here. There's a face smash. Tower assisting. Is this enough damage? Power throw from downtown, from the bottom lane. Great coordination there between Mr. Tallyman
really
and
play
Coco.
by Panda. He predicted he was gonna jump on the creeps and pre-stunned.
Oh, wow. I
was
didn't
very
catch that
cool.
till the end, so good catch by you. And an even better catch from our Panda player here, making the heads-up cannonball. Secure his team that kill.
Yeah, Mr. Tallyman is doing a great job on the Pandemonium here.
I don't know about you, but I like that name, Mr. Tallyman. It's got a
Yeah, I
nice,
like it.
it's got a nice ring to it.
100%. The bottom tower falls, and so did the top tower actually. No more towers for Hellborn, so they're quite behind in towers, and as a result, the gold is not quite in their favor. 2.5k lead for Legion right now.
Top lane by the baits there. 3 versus 2. Here comes the fear from Dampier. They're trying to turn this around. Double damage on the Dampier. He's going to get locked on by the Pandemonium. Can he get the kill? He does on the Aluna first. And now a big Typhoon coming in from the side of Zephyr. Bushwhack sidesteps out of it, and now Zephyr is in some trouble as they do finally bring down the Dampier. And Rhapsody holds her ground just barely. They're looking to turn it around. Here comes the staccato into the dance floor. Zephyr being kited. He has a gust in 4 more seconds. But Rhapsody's health is very high. And now Pandemonium gets turned on as Bushwhack sidestepping in the trees, trying to secure these kills for his team. He has another sidestep up in 2 seconds. Zephyr could be in some trouble. Does have a gust, though. Might be forced to use it defensively here. The auto attack's coming in from Bushwhack. There's the power supply. He's trying to bait this. Will he try to gust him into the tower? No, he gusts him defensively backwards. And what a chaotic sequence there, Sate. Who came out on top of this fight?
It was a 2-for-1, right?
I
So, Hellborn,
I think Hellborn came out on top, right? Because only the Dampier fell?
Dampier. I mean, it's quite bad for Hellborn that Dampier died twice in a row. But I think, yeah, as you said, it's probably better for the Hellborn side as they trade 2-for-1. Panda has to finish Shamans, which I like. They're getting vestments on every single hero. They have the upgraded power supply. I keep calling it the Sackstone on every single hero in Legion. So they're doing a good job buying these defensive items.
Pandemonium goes for Shaman's headdress, so he's valuing just the bulking up magic armor, mostly against the Dampier here, but also against the Rhapsody. Once she gets her Arcane Hymn leveled up, she's going to give magic armor penetration as well to the team, which is not to be overlooked as well. Ooh, General Atrax, my favorite part of the game. My favorite part of the game. Here we go. Who's gonna take the bananas? Is it Panda or Zephyr?
I would put the bananas on Panda, I think.
I think Panda too, right? Because Zephyr naturally has kind of good sustain.
It's
Oh, Hellborn knows what's going on. This could be a clasher as General Atrax is below half life. a big burst coming in onto the Zephyr as well. The
Yeah,
Luna trying to
that's
take the
fine,
high
but
ground
even
here to
fine
give
now.
information. Maybe they try to go for a power throw snipe into steal of the item.
Having a health potion delivered so you could stay near here, that's really smart.
The good old stalemate here, but no. Hellborn's
Oh,
looking to finish
he's
this off.
gonna
Bushwhack.
get it.
There's the
Oh,
power
he's
throw
going
from
for
Dude! A huge snipe coming in. No, they do give up the bananas over to Hellborn. Bushwhack takes that,
Though.
but they do snipe the boss. So ultimately,
bananas
what's the trade-off there? Would you rather have the last hit kill or the banana drop?
Oh, yeah, he has. I thought he didn't have it. It didn't show on my screen here, but he does have the bananas. I mean, I think what it's like 275 gold for 3 heroes. I mean, that's almost a tower.
Okay.
It's quite a good goal lead, but I think bananas are probably more valuable if you can force win you one fight or like save your life once. It's a really big deal.
Yeah, I think the bananas is nothing to overlook here. That's almost like having a second life bar if you're able to get that off. No life. The tower did fall here to Hellborn, so no defense or deny attempt able to be had here by Legion. And again, we still have only a 1200 gold and 1000 XP lead. At this point, this is anyone's game. Still, as we are nearing the 20-minute mark of the match. We have a smoked up Pandemonium and Invis Rune on the Rhapsody. We could have some kind of clash here in the middle of the map as a Luna. She'll be the first one spotted here by Bushwhack and Rhapsody. Cannonball misses as he goes in. He's going to flick the Rhapsody. Misses some flurries too. Zephyr is on his way here. Luna holds her ground. She is going to fall first in this fight. Meanwhile, Face Smash connects onto Bushwhack. He is still alive.
He used the bananas there, the beans to.
Yeah, there's the bananas. There's the bananas on low life, and now Hellborn going to take a commanding fight here. Can they bring down the Zephyr, though? He's doing everything he can, but there's the fear after the flight coming in from Dampier. It's a full 3-for-0 fight here in favor of the Hellborn team. And it did come with the effect of those bananas, as you did point out there, so great fight.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. The bananas proving to be more valuable. It's definitely going back and forth here, and I think Hellborn is now. Dampier did something. He bought spell shards level 2 instead of finishing his staff, which is good into the double shaman Tetris. But I'm not gonna lie. But I think the stats from staff would have been very beneficial to him as well. So see how that pays off. He has a lot of gold this game.
He's going to activate his haste rune here.
Yeah.
See what he decides to do here. They take out the remaining outer tower here. So both sides have cleaned up the 2 side lane towers. We'll start to see some base pressure coming in. Dampier goes in with the haste rune onto a Luna. Can they bring him down? There's the Astrolabe coming in from Dude. He throws out a power throw. Has another one, I think, ready to go as well. Maybe used them both already. A lot of pressure on the Dampier. No kills happening just yet. As now Bushwhack, he's going to get flicked up. Can they lock him down? There is no protectability for 30 seconds, nor a tablet to get him to safety. And they will get the turn there. They almost brought the Luna down, but just too tanky with the Astrolabe and Sackstone.
Yeah, I mean, two doing a really good job at getting off that red deja vu almost instantly, making him have 100% evasion, dodging every auto attack. So they needed to kill him with only spell damage, and with the Astro and the Sackstone coming in clutch, he survived, and they could turn on to the Bushwhack. Great job by Dude there. Good play. They find a what rune here? DD rune on Panda. That's very dangerous.
Oh yeah, that is scary. That is going to amplify his flurries quite a lot. Might be able to get a quick pick off onto, let's say, the Rhapsody or the Bushwhack if he's able to catch him in a combo out of position. Counter warning coming in here at the Hellborn portal. Tablet up the cliff from Rhapsody.
You know, I didn't like this. I didn't like this Bushwhack pick initially, but it's proving to be very good with Hellborn lineup or Legion lineup.
It's quite good against the Zephyr, I believe, because he can kind of do a lot of sidestepping in and out of the Typhoon and whatnot, just kind of be a nuisance. At least that's what I've noticed so far, but...
And it's impossible to hit cannonballs on him as well, right? Like he can just dodge it every time.
Yeah, if he's
Kinda
quick
gets
to use it
lucky.
after that flick comes out. So, interestingly enough, the Legion team is the team in the golden XP deficit, but they are the ones bringing the pressure to Hellborn's base.
Yeah, choosing to group up and do some damage here to the tower. I mean, they're getting away with it so far. Maybe.
Spell Shards level 3 picked up here by Dampier. Goes for the full upgrade.
Yeah.
There's a Gust on the Bushwhack. Cannonball doesn't connect though. Great sidestep coming in. Rhapsody gets caught in that Typhoon. She will be the first victim to fall here. Panda holding his ground. Bushwhack trying to get the return kill. He does with the crippling dart. And now Bushwhack going to get gusted backwards. Zephyr holding his ground. It's a 2-for-1. Dampier going up against Aluna and Zephyr here. Doesn't have the consume for another 17 seconds. Zephyr feeling very confident here that he can't be brought down.
At the same time, the Dampier is basically immortal this game. Being as soon if he gets his ability off at all, like every fight he's just finishing with full HP. Very very tanky. They need almost the face smash to kill him.
Yeah, it seems like Legion has done a heads-up job of not aiming the Dampier in the fights. They're prioritizing the 2 backline heroes behind him, which I think has been the correct decision.
Yeah, I mean, every fight they're targeting Volka, not only because he's French, but also because he has that protective melody and can sit behind with the tablet, help out his team. And if he gets a good melody off, I mean, if you block 1 or 2 abilities, then suddenly you can't win the fight for Legion. So they're doing a good job catching him.
I see this. I foresee this Pandemonium Shrunken being a big item pickup moving forward. I think he still needs about 1,400 gold for that. But once he has that, he should be able to more or less get a free face smash on his target of choosing. So he's trying to farm that. I think he has enough gold for the Warhammer here, which he will pick up, and then just needs to get that recipe completed. That's going to be a big pickup for Legion team moving forward. Zephyr goes for, I believe he just picked up the Helm of the Black Legion. Do you like that he went for a helm this late into the game, or do you foresee that there's maybe something else he could have gone for following up the shamans?
That gold into 2 pieces of staff.
Okay.
Honestly, so to get the huge Typhoon.
The General Atrax was finished by Hellborn. I actually missed that they were working on that, but they killed it super fast. Yeah. And I do like that they put the bananas on Bushwhack, because we have said a few times here that Dampier is more or less the target they can't really bring down quickly enough on Legion anyway. So once they had the bananas the last fight some time ago, we saw how impactful that was on the Bushwhack the first time around. Zephyr, I think they know he's here. Bushwhack gonna go in with a sidestep. He gets caught in the Typhoon, but he jumps out. He gets the sidestep back up. And they are going to bring down the Zephyr. He was just a little bit too overconfident there, farming close to Hellborn's base. Staff completed on the Dampier, by the way, so he is almost 500 gold per minute himself. Or, well, he is the top farmer, actually, in the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do quite a punch with his 3 combo abilities here. He has level 16, so also the highest level of his consume ability, so he's gonna do a lot of burst damage.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm too lazy to do the math right now, but we'll just say it's a lot of damage, because that's nice and simple. He does a lot of damage right now with that staff spell shards combo.
That's also what I'm saying, means there's a reason I didn't try.
Cannonball comes in here, connects onto the Rhapsody. He has the Shrunken activated. Will there be a melody? He doesn't have mana for it. He currently has not enough mana. Great tablet, though, by the Rhapsody. And Panda will fall here. There's a buyback on the Zephyr. He does not have a Typhoon. He did use that previous to this fight. And the Hellborn team is holding strong here. Bushwhack did use the bananas, it looks like. I did miss that, but they are gone. And they are going to bring down the tower here. The Raxes are under fire. They are going for the melee one, it looks like. And I want to say that this will be a fight Legion cannot win. They do bring down the Zephyr. That is post-buyback here. The payback has been achieved here by Bushwhack against the Zephyr. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, by the Bushwhack against the Zephyr. Said that right. Dampier just
Interesting route that Pier goes for. Dude
he
doesn't
actually
have a
takes a
ton of
lot.
fight
He
yet.
actually takes a lot of damage here. Is it a bait though? Maybe it's a bait all along
I
because
mean,
they are 3 versus 1.
dude just need. Oh, he
Consumes the
almost creeped. He
Minotaur
got full
creep
HP.
and hello, I'm full HP once again.
Yeah. This hero is quite strong with these items at such an early point. Actually, 530 GPM, 540 almost.
hmm
Very farmed on the Dampier. Do you know how often this boss spawns?
You know, I've been trying to figure that out if it's every 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I actually haven't paid attention enough yet to notice, but it's somewhere. It's either 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I think I'm leaning more toward 10.
It's funny you say that because I was leaning more towards 5.
Okay, well, one of us is probably right.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody in chat knows, and we're just two doofuses that just don't know enough about this map. Rhapsody. Wait, no, that's Bushwhack is gonna get gone on
Oh,
here. He pops the
nice
Geobane.
kills.
Here comes a face smash, but there's the Storm Spear coming in from Rhapsody. Cancels out the
Okay,
face
cancel
smash.
it.
Protective Melody holding
it.
the ground of the Hellborn side. Zephyr trying to bring down the Rhapsody. Meanwhile, on the back line, or front line rather, Dampier takes out both the Pandemonium and the Aluna, and Zephyr is the last one to fall. Buyback comes out here from Aluna, but that is going to do it. The concede bell comes out. Game 1 is official, and it will go over to our Hellborn side here as the Dampier Bushwhack draft holds to be a little bit too promising here. So that was a fun one. A little under 30 minutes, but final thoughts there, Sate, on our game 1 here of match 7?
Yeah, great game. Very back and forth again, and it just appears that these Grimm's crossing maps are just very back and forth, and it's very interesting to see who ends up on top. And Legion did a good job initially, but fell behind versus Hellborn scaling. So I'm looking quite forward to the next game and seeing what lineups they're gonna come out with.
Yeah, always unpredictable again. These are single draft format matches, so each player gets 3 choices. They have to build a team with those 9 total hero options, and sometimes we get some fun team compositions and lane matchups. So we are already, it looks like, underway with the next match. So we're gonna go ahead and get right to game number 2.
Yeah, I'm in the lobby as I pointed out earlier. Oh, I can't see what heroes they have, but
Right.
you can see what heroes they're right clicking.
Oh, that's a good point you bring up. So we can kind of get a little hint pre-pick here what they are gonna go for. Right now we're seeing Pebbles, Forsaken Archer, and Prisoner. And we can see that they have selected those heroes. Now, does the other team get to know that you picked those heroes? That's
I don't think so. No,
okay.
think they're hidden. Myrmidon Gladiator,
Ooh,
Answers,
Pestilence.
and Pestilence.
Oh, you know, I feel like Pestilence would be a great hero in this format because the swarm
I
swarm
agree.
debuff is fantastic for just bursting down people quickly, and he's very mobile to go in and out of fights. Like he has a very low cooldown impalement stun, 8-second cooldown. So
Yeah, for
being
2.5
able to
seconds,
being
right?
able to land that multiple times in a team fight. All right, so they're discussing the server here. We could potentially have a remake.
Yeah, they get put on the American server here. I can see.
Oh, really?
Probably a remake coming
That's
here.
that's not supposed to happen. My favorite region. I have to comment. Actually, I don't even know if my chat went through. Anyway, not important, but you know, we know all these players, so just some friendly banter. But I'm assuming we'll probably go to a remake here. Will that
Yeah.
let that not be
Don't quite
decided by
know.
us? But
Yeah.
I was looking forward to these picks. We'll see. Maybe with a new lobby, we'd get a different set of heroes as well.
Yep. I like the heroes here. I hope we get to pick or keep the heroes, but we'll see if they remake. And And if they do we have a new draft from both sides? As you pointed out, the Pestilence, I think, is gonna really shine this format. As you said, 8-second cooldown on a 2-second stun.
Yeah. Now,
As
like,
long
if this
as
was a Caldivar match, I see Forsaken Pebbles, and I'm like, wow, that's a scary lineup. But man, in
yeah,
3v3, not. I don't think so much. I really was leaning toward that Legion lineup with the Pestilence, Myrmidon, and even the Gladiator. Like, they have great setup. Catch one guy, they collapse, and then Pesty gets like a nice 2-man stun in and out with the Myrmidon fishes being thrown at multiple targets. This was some heroes I was kind of excited to see, but we'll see what happens here as we have a remake
yeah.
coming out here. So give us a sec, guys, as we will get another lobby and match going for game 2 really shortly. But the team with Volka, Jaghardig, and Haha is leading currently 1-0. But again, I think this is a pretty evenly matched series here. So this, I think we still have a lot of series to go. See if the opposition can take game 2, maybe force a third game.
Yeah, I mean, Dude's team can definitely come back here. I mean, 100%. It was a very even game, and it's small increments that decides these games, and it can definitely go the other way now. It's gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see like even just having like a banana for one team fight could very much swing the favor of one fight, which even one team fight can swing like 3, 4, 5K gold in your favor in these like later stages team fights. So even when those golden XP leads are looking to be one-sided, doesn't necessarily mean the game is shifted too much toward that team's favor.
Oh, 100%. Also, all players are pooling up a lot of gold, so it's not
Mm-hmm.
quite as much gold as it seems. And I think maybe, as you pointed out, the bananas are so impactful that normally in Forster Caldavar, you win a team fight, you want to push some towers and then fall back to do Conquer in the safety of your own part of the map. But here you can't quite do that, as the General Aatrox is in the middle of the map. So maybe you just go straight for Kong or straight for the boss every time to have the bananas for next team fight.
Mm-hmm.
Seems very strong to have.
Oh yeah. And we're still not sure apparently whether it's 5 or 10 minutes, but we need to take a mental note next game when the first
Yeah.
one falls and have a timer in our back of our minds.
We'll try to figure it out. Yeah.
Hopefully by some point today we'll pay
I
attention
mean,
enough.
it shouldn't be too hard, because we're not that stupid. I mean,
Or
we just
are
gotta
we?
focus a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we are, but I think anything can happen, and we can definitely figure out how long does it take for this boss to spawn. I just feel like I heard it shout a lot, whatever it announces when it respawns. That's kind of cool. Um, but I'm actually with the time I'm leading more towards you. I think maybe it's 10 minutes, like Kong, right? Would make the most sense.
That was actually kind of what I was judging my first guess on. Just kind of
Yeah.
like consistency between the bosses. But again, like because 3v3 is a smaller map and the games theoretically play out faster, the idea of 5 minutes didn't necessarily not make sense to me. So I think it still could be that way, or that could be the case, but 10 minutes for some
Yeah.
reason is what I'm more leaning toward.
I mean, it could be a lot of things, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure. 10 minutes seems more likely.
So again here, I'm just going to show you guys the bracket here. This is EU bracket 1. And we are currently in match 7 here between these two teams. EU bracket 2 is also going on simultaneously, which you guys can see the results here. Here's our match 2 winner. Match 4. Match 5 is currently ongoing, as well as match 6. And then the US bracket, this will take place later today. I believe 3.5 hours from now it will start at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So we will have continued coverage throughout the day between the EU and US regions. But for now, we are here in EU bracket 1 over in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, seems to be some small issues here with the server side, but I think they're figuring it out, and I hope we get underway soon.
Mm-hmm. I was made aware that the EU servers are currently busy, so I think we're just waiting for... That's the reason why we had an American server, so there were no EU servers available. So once that gets cleared up, we should be able to continue.
Yeah, that sounds good. Hopefully it clears up soon.
So do you have a favorite that you think maybe is like, in your mind, the one to kind of take this tournament so far, or do you think it's too early to make such a bold prediction?
I mean, predictions are always bold, but looking at the teams and the players I know, I mean, this series could go either way, but the winner of this series is gonna meet the Dosser team in the final, I'd suspect. So, I
Okay.
mean, maybe. Nah, I don't wanna give any of these guys any confidence here. I'm not sure who's gonna win. I think it's gonna be a very exciting finals later on in the day. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We already have a really interesting match already.
Mhm.
Looking forward to here.
For sure.
I don't know if you already have. Do you have a favorite, Beans?
I do not have a favorite, actually. I think there's quite a few teams that definitely could take the finals, claim that first place prize. Oops. Let's see if I could while we have a little bit of a break here, I could tell our viewers the breakdown here. So again, we've talked about there being 3 brackets. This is announced on the Discord server. If you guys want more information, but the European bracket 1, which you guys see here on your screen, the prize distribution is broken down. First place gets $420, which is $140 per player. Second place, $210, so $70 per player, and third place, $105, $35 per player. Fourth place, $75, $25 per player. So that's how the distribution is broken down for bracket number 1. And then bracket number 2 here, which I'll pull up for you guys. First place is $300. You guys can do the math per player. Second place, $150. Third place, $75. And fourth place, $60. And then the American bracket is a little bit less because they only have 4 teams. So it would only be fair to do it that way, as there's not as much games. First place, 210. Second place, 105. Third place, 75. So in total here, we have 1785, I believe, across all 3 brackets. So quite nice here for the participants to look forward to.
Oh, 100%. Like quite generous prize pool for a 3 vs 3 tournament. It's very cool.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Oops, put this one up. So, all right, it looks like I think there's a lobby. Let me just check.
Seems that way.
Okay. Wasn't aware that maybe they just got in. See if we can catch the picking phase. Oh, they're doing public lobby, it looks like.
Yeah, maybe because of the remake, right? So they can.
Yeah, okay. Make sure you get in
Can
here.
choose the same heroes. I am in the game.
I kind of like that. That, I think, to me makes it the most fair, since we kind of already saw heroes picked. Perfectly fine with that.
Yeah. That seems very fair at least.
And we currently have a lobby up, guys. We are just getting everyone in here, and then we will get underway with all pick, and we will more likely than not see the same heroes from both sides. So give us just a moment here. Looks like we have a Denmark server, so that is indeed in Europe, which accommodates all the players here.
Yep.
And you very much, since you're from Denmark, even though you're not playing in this match, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, would definitely use the several ping advantage, like 3 or 4 ping advantage I have compared to Volker to dominate this
I don't think
game.
any of the players are actually from Denmark in this match, right? We have actually they're all over the place. We got Germany, Dede's from Romania, yeah, Croatia, France, and Sweden. We got a lot of countries in this match.
Yeah.
Not that that matters at all, but just
No, it's
just
good to see Europe
fun.
getting widely represented and not only by Swedes like back in the day.
Yeah, that's what I was maybe hinting at. Nah, but yeah, you are correct.
I mean, it's good. I mean, we even let the French compete these days. It's very generous. As the match starts here.
So I'm being told that Loris team won the first match. Did I miss something?
Oh, they didn't.
Was there a match that we didn't cover? I feel like we started on time, right?
I mean,
How do I check
they played
this?
one. Oh, they won the first match, right? They won to against the other team to go into game 7, right?
Where do
The E
you?
EU.
Is it in? Where do you check the? Is it public? Where did the 3v3 matches record?
I don't think there is a stat sheet, right? I tried to look for it
They're
before.
not loading either. Maybe Korden or somebody can confirm with me later if it's 1-1 or if it's 1-0 in favor of our Hellboard of our Hellboard team here. Oh, by the way, look at this. This is interesting.
Very interesting.
They're going for a first blood attempt here, or bloodlust, with Ward of Sight down in the lane. Gladiator is solo here. There's the Stalagmite stun from Pebbles into the Crippling Volley and the hook back. Gladiator in no man's land, 3 versus 1. Pitfall avoided by everyone. And there's the Bloodlust skill onto the Pebbles. I like it. That's the first time today we've seen a Bloodlust attempt, and they make it work right out the gates.
Yeah, I mean, nice to see some other strategies. A nice, interesting strategy here to start with, and I mean, it's gonna be really good for Pebbles, who's gonna be in the solo lane now. They swapped it up to be bottom lane with that very early lead, almost instantly.
Volka's in some trouble here. Wheatfield into Pitfall. That's a kill. The auto attacks to follow. Myrmidon gets credit for that one. He landed the Wheatfield. There's a nice sidestep coming in from the Forsaken Archer. 1-1. Oh, there's a toss into stun in the tower. Pestilence takes some heavy pressure there from the combo and a tower or two hit. And FA is going to fall. Wheatfield connects into Pitfall. We have a lot of action in this guy. I don't know if we call this game 2 or game 3, but in this one, we got a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fighting already in the top lane. They have both teams have a lot of damage as they have 2 stuns on each side here. Bottom lane, Pebbles is predictably doing a bit better here in terms of having that early bottle, but Pestilence did get a couple of free CS, so it's 9-6 in creep kills in the bottom lane so far.
Yep, he's 10-0 now. Looks like he's going to go for that rune. Prisoner camping it for him. No wards on either side in this middle of the map area. Checking out that pillar. Most of the time we see teams prioritizing a ward early on in that area. But not the case this game. Pebbles gets a Mystic Illusion Rune. That is actually, I mean, you're a Pebbles player. I think you know the value of an Illusion Rune early on a Pebbles.
I mean, it's ridiculously overpowered. You have so much base damage on Pebbles, and with the illusion hitting very hard, you can kill someone.
Pops it there, he goes in for a combo.
Yeah.
He gets the lower cost spells, the cooldown reduction. He did miss the Chuck, unfortunately, but...
He made a slight misplay not comboing first and then popping the illusion rune. I mean, you use more mana that way, but you make sure you...
He could be in trouble here. There's another combo. See how quickly he got that combo back up? That would have taken a lot more time otherwise. As Myrmidon came in almost perfectly in time for a kill, but he had that combo back up to save him. Otherwise, he would have been a goner. Pestilence activates the flay. He's going to go in for a stun here. There's a toss into stun in the tower. Myrmidon tanks the tower hits, though. Tanks the aggro, but he is going to fall. Not enough damage for a kill. The idea was good there. Oh,
is Pestilence going to die?
Oh, no. Bad news bears for Legion's side as they overextend for that Pebbles kill, get punished by the towers, doing more damage than the Pebbles there, unfortunately. But Pebbles actually gets credit for the one kill. Meanwhile, top lane... There's the hook, pulling him back. Not enough damage for a kill. Myrmidon lands a two-man fish into the weed field from Dude. He uses that, what is that called? The waveform to get in position for that. He needs one more auto attack, I think, for this kill. There's the fish, though! Takes him out. The slow death. He saw it coming. Meanwhile, Prisoner and Gladiator going at it again. Oh my god.
Very close.
Pebbles has made his way up into the top lane. Hook. Following up the Stalagmite stun, Myrmidon goes down. I mean, he has been making some nice plays with those weed fields, though. Still on a 3-2 stat line.
Was amazing. Hitting the double stun. Pebbles has a DD rune here. It's very scary. Also, being level 5.
So it's 3-3, even in hero kills, but we see an 800 gold lead for Legion.
Oh, Hellborn.
Or sorry, yeah.
But I mean, Pestilence is actually doing pretty well, despite dying to the tower and facing this instant bottle. Pebbles, yes, quite a bit of CS, 22 CS here, almost 300 GPM. Same with FA, despite the 2 deaths, almost 300 GPM as well.
Right, and he got that good start because Hellborn went for that Bloodlust in the top lane, so he got some, the Pestilence rather, he got those creep kills early on. But Pebble's still the top farmer in the game because he is 3-0 with that start he has had. And he's still 16-10, not too bad.
Yeah, that's really good actually. I mean, 10 denies is really good here in the lane, but it's hard for Pestilence to contest now that Pebbles has 6 and has boots.
Myrmidon's kind of just being a nuisance between the two lanes. He's going to try to make a roam down here into the bottom lane. The swarm is up on the Pebbles. He misses the impalement stun. This could be the decisive factor here. Pebbles has the DD. He's manning up. He's going to get the kill. Can Pebbles get the double tap? He uses the bottle sip. No, there's the magic kite from Myrmidon. That is level 3. Gladiator was coming over as well for some assistance, but not needed in the end. But yeah, that missed impale stun unfortunately going to cost them that Pebbles 1-for-0 exchange. It ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end.
Quite a unfortunate play, so to speak, from the Pestilence. So I hope he won't miss any in the future. It's quite decisive. They're having to die for it, but Dude did a good job finishing him off, and Marcus goes for some interesting build with a Soul Scream ring here.
Oh yeah.
On Pebbles. What do you think this is gonna make? A Energizer or some weird stuff?
Maybe. Also, I missed the 6-minute rune. Was it a regen just picked up by the prisoner? Wheatfield Lancer on the Forsaken. Call to Arms comes out. Volga's in some trouble on the prisoner. They're throwing in the auto attacks. Myrmidon mans up. He has that level 6. Transforms into his melee form there. Pebbles, no mana for, he did just use the combo, so no mana remaining, but he's going to bottle sip up. And that was a 2-for-1. They trade the Pestilence for the Forsaken Archer and Prisoner kills.
Yeah, I mean, good job by Legion here, getting a kill. Unfortunately, Pestilence falling again, having quite a rough game right now. But so is the FA. I mean, FA is not really proving to be that effective a pick so far. I mean, it's extremely strong in the big map, as we know, but maybe there's not quite space for it, and no jungle so far. I mean, it can be very dangerous to be a Forsaken archer striding around on the map.
Yeah, it could have just been a comfort pick based on their choices that they had for as far as the carry goes. Maybe they wanted the prisoner and Pebble Spix as well. See a hook here into the crippling. Oh no, he misses the crippling volley. Not gonna. This won't be enough damage for a kill without that immobilized. So, unfortunately, missing that.
That is very unfortunate. Good hook by Volker though. They were rotating over by Legion, but
Combo here on the Gladi. He one-shots him. I think he wasn't full life, as
he was
that one takes him out.
From earlier.
Myrmidon lands a nice weed field. He waveforms away to avoid the prisoner hook.
Pebbles goes for the armor boots here.
Mm-hmm.
To take him up versus that pestilence.
Yeah,
swarm.
exactly. Myrmidon does some pressure here on the prisoner. There's a shackle coming out.
Can
Takes
you
it
TP
up.
with the shackle on?
I believe so.
Yeah, you probably can.
Throws a fish at him in the trees and gives him vision to throw out that swarm. Nifty. This game is looking pretty even. The GPM chart suggests everyone on Legion is relatively close in gold, but on Hellborn it's more top-heavy toward Pebbles.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very even game, but this Pebbles is scary as soon as he gets that portal key, as we know. But so far, going for some interesting items, so let's see if he's gonna upgrade this soul screen ring or he just wanted one for no reason. Before the portal key, I hope he doesn't elect to slow it down too much. Portal key timing should be important on this map as well.
Okay, so I have gotten confirmation that we are 1-1 here in the series. So this is actually game 3, so I just want to clarify that for everyone. This match will decide who moves on in bracket 1 here. So very important actually to distinguish. Oh, this is the tiebreaker match. Hook, gonna miss here. They even trusted it. Throwing out the crippling volley and the piercing arrows. Everything misses. That will cue Hellborn to fall into retreat mode as we have Gladiator Invis here. Myrmidon as well as Pestilence kind of charging forward, but they won't find any kills, unfortunately. That's 85 seconds now on the piercing arrows cooldown.
Yeah, that's quite a significant cooldown for later when they're gonna be trying to team fight for sure. It is quite a lot of damage that ability does, but so far game is has quieted down a bit. Not as many fights, not as much action, and Pebble smokes up, maybe trying to get to the top lane here to set up a kill of some sort. Ned is hovering far back, but could get Pebble stunned here. He comes around the corner. Pebbles hits the stun into the hook. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Nice call to arms comes out here.
Call to arms, yeah. Nice.
There's a stun from Pestilence, and their swarm out on the prisoner. Stun is going to stop him in the tower. Weedfield. No, Pestilence. He's going to get shackled up. Takes tower pressure, and now Myrmidon also in the tower. He's going to survive. But Gladiator, he has overextended. I think he's going to get ran down here.
Yeah, he's going to get ran down.
And Pebbles lands the Stalagmite stun to finish him off. That was a chaotic sequence here.
That was looking so good for Legion, but Hellborn turns it around. Dude is hovering around trying to catch Volka.
Oh, he's going to fall here to the shackle.
Yeah.
Smackdown comes out for Volka, showing off that taunt. Pebbles was not needed there. I'm sensing a little banter here. All in good fun, all in good fun.
All in good spirits, of course. I mean, that was a big team fight for Hellborn. Pebbles is really getting close to portal key. 2.5k goal lead.
as we know, the swings are very big in this map.
Mhm. It's level 11, by the way. Look at that XPM difference. 540 XPM, very far ahead of the competitors here. Even his own
extremely
teammates.
scary on this Pebbles here, yeah.
Yep, he's got that level 2 enlarge. Ultimate. Myrmidon, by the way, top damage dealer in the game. Actually doesn't surprise me, since those Magikarps doing so much early on. Nice job there landing the stun. I believe that was his Magikarp actually stunning. The Weedfield didn't miss. It would have done a little more damage, but...
Yeah, I mean, dude is just spamming these Magikarps into people and...
They're going to go for the tower! Oh, the deny comes in from Forsaken. They actually had vision of that with the Swarm as well, so they didn't...
Pebbles finished his portal key here in the top lane. Been giving some space. Gonna get rid of his hatchet.
Do you think that the Legion side has an idea about that, is the question? Because that could definitely catch them off guard and might win them another team fight here moving forward.
They should suspect that it's minute 13 and a 7-0 Pebbles, but they definitely don't know he has it right now. It is...
I think he's just going to go for the Gladiator here, and Prisoner will follow it up with a hook, but maybe they see the Myrmidon? They're looking at the Myrmidon here. That's a quick kill. He pops the Mystic Illusion rune there as well, but not needed for the kill.
Yeah, looking to maybe get this top tower. Or I would like to see maybe go for the general Aatrox if they could here. If they get bananas on Pebbles, like he can just freely go in, tank every ability, and get full HP again.
What's Pestilence going for here as his like first item? He's just got the Steam Boots, Vestments, Bracer bottle so far. A lot of build up for early fighting.
I wonder if he'll make this Bracer into something, or he just bought it to buy it. You could buy Astro with this.
What about the idea of just like rushing a Shamans against the Pebbles and Forsaken? Do you think that would make sense, or like just bulking up?
Yeah, I think bulking up in general is pretty good. I mean, Pebbles is still gonna hit very hard. I think it's gonna be a long time before this FA becomes a threat, but eventually he's gonna be doing a lot of damage as well.
They see Pesty here. There's the hook following up the Stalagmite stun, tosses him in the air. Hail stun lands on the Pebbles. Shackle gets taken out.
I wish Pebbles would have had the foresight to toss him back to the FA.
I was thinking the same thing actually. I'm glad you mentioned that. That could have definitely been the kill if he threw him a little bit further backward, but maybe the idea wasn't there at the time, or he didn't have the range. But Pestilence makes the escape. Oh, General Aatrox got a little feisty there, throwing out a...
Yeah, echoed him somehow, and he's not playing around. FA getting some decent space, 350 GPM now. Definitely recovering despite being 0-4. His teammates doing a good job keeping him in the game.
So what does Gladiator go for as well? There's a lot of different item builds this hero, I think, goes for.
Yeah.
Anything you think that makes more sense here for him?
I mean, nothing is coming up specifically. I think maybe Dreamcatcher would be very strong.
Okay.
To maybe secure some of these kills, but I'm not
Let's
quite
take out
sure
the
what you would get a
ward.
Gladiator.
General Aatrox just slamming the ground there. So he did not like them going in his pit to take out that ward that was placed from Legion. They actually had a ward in there.
A lot of wards right now on the map from Hellborn, none from Legion, as you said, they took out the lone ward here. So Legion is kind of blind, and maybe that's why they're electing to group up as they are now. As Hellborn are more spreading the map. Pebbles is farming jungle, FA is freely farming the lane. But here they go. General Aatrox.
I believe the Swarm debuff does not work, right? It should not work on bosses?
It doesn't work on Kong at least, no.
So I'm assuming this is how much armor he normally has.
Yeah.
Will General Aatrox claim a victim here? He's getting bashed by Pesty though.
They're coming.
Oh, here we go.
Pebbles
Hook on the Gladiator to start the fight off. Pebble's gonna go in with a single combo here. Do they burst him down? He is still alive. Prison break. Gonna be broken here by Gladi. General Aatrox throwing in some auto attacks. Almost takes him out. Forsaken is trying to bring him down as well. Doesn't have piercing arrows. They are gonna take out the prisoner. Yeah, Hasten on the Pestilence. He's gonna go through the portal. They could chase him though. Here comes the stun, and he has no chuck, but the crippling volley takes him out. So that was a 1-for-1. I think that trade favoring the Hellborn side, as Pestilence being the farmer there goes down for the support prisoner.
Yeah, that's true. But I think, I mean, Legion escaped pretty happily. They were less than 100 HP on all 3 heroes, so it was very close. Can Hellborn finish this boss off though? Ned is there. Too late, unfortunately.
So Bananas, it's picked up by Pebbles, but I think he gave it to FA.
I think that's a mistake, honestly.
I
But
think Pebbles should keep it, since he's the initiator.
if Pebbles has it, he can play however he wants, go on anything at any time. Because Legion doesn't have a lot of like straight up burst damage. They can kill you with the swarm, with extended auto attacks, but the way Pebbles has built up, he's way too tanky to die. So
Yeah, I think you can make arguments for, and he's also level 13. Not that maybe makes too much of a difference, but he's the he's the highest priority target at the moment. If he keeps
as you said, you
those
can
bananas.
make arguments for either one. So
Myrmidon ports in aggressively here. I don't think he can port back. He's gonna get hooked here. That was a mistake from Dude. He's gonna run into a trio of Hellborn heroes. And he will fall. So there's the counter ward coming in from Volca. Takes out the Ward of Sight. It will regain control of this section of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Vulca's on top of the wards, unfortunately for Hellborn. I mean, he's counter warding, he's putting his own wards up, and
FA just finished a
Legion has
Nullifier Blade.
very limited ability.
That's a really good pickup against the Pestilence.
Yeah,
He's gonna want to get
It
that to
is.
level 3, I think, ASAP.
it's gonna be a big deal when he can purge it, 100%.
Tower Deny coming in there from Hellborn. I believe they denied both their towers. My memory is correct. I think they denied the bottom one earlier in the game. Pebbles gets caught here by a showdown, but I think he's honestly fine. I don't think they have the damage. Here comes Forsaken with a combo, and Pebbles also follows it up with a chuck. Gladiator a bit too tanky though. Now Pestilence is here. Gets hooked in by the Prisoner. Prison Break comes out. They should pull him back in a second here. Bananas are going to be used, but Forsaken still falls, so they had the damage. And now they're looking to turn it around. Swarm is applied onto the Pebbles. He has mana for a combo. It is up. Here comes the hook. Lands onto Myrmidon. Shackle comes out. There's the toss, and Myrmidon falls. No stalagmites needed, as it's a savage 6 streak for Pebbles here. So that was a 2-for-1, trading the Forsaken for 2 kills.
I mean, Pebbles is doing amazing this game, 11-1.
Mhm.
So I wonder what he's pooling up gold for. I really think this is
Staff, I think, right?
yeah, but
Is there a better item than Staff he could go for?
no, I don't think so. I mean, triple combo is simply too
Triple
good.
combo in 3v3 sounds really good to me.
Yeah, but why don't you buy the pieces? So
That's true. I mean, alternatively, he could go for Spell Shards, I think, right? Against all these Festman and Shaman pickups.
yeah, you could, but I think staff is.
I think
is
Staff
better
is a
'cause
little bit better.
the control is valuable. You still hit for 200. Like you don't need
Normally in Caldivar, you go for Shards when you want to just, like, flash farm, right? To push out waves, but you don't need to do that in this mode. You just want to kind of
you
fight more
go
than...
shards to one-shot the waves and also to like extend your kill window a bit, you know. So you have like a couple minutes when you get blink where you can kill people and you can extend it a little bit. So
You don't necessarily need that in this format. I think going for the
So-
Staff would make a little bit more sense.
I like the staff pickup a lot, or the at the year at least.
He's almost got enough gold if that's what he wants. Just needs about 500 more, maybe sell a cheap item, and then he just about has it.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of this
Testigos
Soul
or Bulwark?
thing.
Oh.
Bulwark.
Uh,
Yeah, I think that's fine.
mhm.
They need something to get some more damage.
Pitfall going to be avoided here by Pebbles. He sensed something was up. Full combo on the Myrmidon with the hook. He tanks a lot of the spells here. Prison Break comes out. Does pull in Myrmidon. That will be the first victim of the fight. Crippling Volley lands onto Gladiator. He's out of mana. The Nullifier Drain causing issues for
Well done,
Balor, and he will go down to the autos now. And only Pestilence is alive. 3 versus 1. Crippling volley misses. He jumps to safety, but the damage I think was done already. Sate.
Yeah, staff on Pebbles here.
Oh, that's a big pickup, so he does have it.
That's very dangerous for the Help 1 or Legion side here.
Pebbles is under fire here. He's got a toss. Has a regen rune as well. He's going to look to turn it around. And while this was happening, they got the bottom tower uncontested, I believe.
The boss respawned now.
That's what I heard. The boss is alive. Myrmidon gets hooked in. He's dead. Pebbles has another chuck in 4 seconds. Stalagmite stun is up soon. Here comes the piercing arrows. Toss. He's very low. He's going to hold his ground, though. Gladiator doesn't have the showdown yet. He just used it. So Hellborn, I think they're starting to gain a big window now at this point. They're up 10k gold, 12,000 experience.
Interesting ward here by the FA directly on the tower. But yeah, I mean, Hellborn is feeling very comfortable at this point. Does help having a 12 on 1 Pebbles here with the staff. I mean,
FA is sieging the ranged racks here, and only Gladiator's alive. He's just, unfortunately, got to kind of watch it happen as he goes anywhere too close to this racks, and Pebbles will probably catch him into a prisoner hook. So
yeah, I mean, Volca doesn't have mana right now, right? So he has the power supply, so they could do that combo.
this racks looks like it's going to be a full set here. But the lead has grown even larger. First racks of the game falling in Hellborn's favor. Invisrune picked up by Pebbles, I believe, yep. Ooh, he's gonna find one ward, but little do they know there's actually another one on this other pillar here.
Very close. I mean, it's actually it's just out of range actually. They need to defend their base. Their tier 3 towers take some damage here.
Or is it? Oh yeah, it is tier 3 actually. Usually it's tier 4. I was like, tier 3? Huh? Yeah, you're right. But they prioritize vision on the general Aatrox here. They don't want to give up another bananas. Here comes the staff prisoner. He got upgraded. It's thrown onto Pestilence. He gets shackled up and hooked. Here comes a toss. And Forsaken, being focus fired, she goes down first in this fight. That's a good start, but they do trade the Pestilence. Now can they bring down the remaining 2 players? Prisoner goes down. Here comes a buyback from Forsaken. Myrmidon. Oh, he misses the Stalagmites, and he thought he had it. He blinks in with a right click, though, takes him out, and Gladiator does survive. So in the end, it was a 2 for 2, but a buyback from the Forsaken. They want to try to secure themselves the win here. There is still buyback on the Myrmidon, and Pestilence is up in 15 seconds. So we'll see what they can do in this small window that they have to work with. Group Chuck coming in, doing some great damage to the tower there.
He's hitting for 270, so tower is very susceptible here.
Yep, they do bring it down.
Secured the rune and maybe group us opposite the tree and then look to maybe get megas in the bottom lane.
A DD, oh, I was just gonna say a DD could be a really big rune for them. And look what they get. They get a DD.
That's that French flock I'm talking about. They gave it to FA for some reason, I think.
I was actually gonna ask you if you think the Pebble should have kept the DD. I feel like he's actually scarier.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit comes out here from Prisoner onto himself.
Yeah.
Pebbles lands a combo, but there's the Barrier Rattle preventing the combo damage. Pestilence jumps in despite getting prison breaked there. They're trying to bring down the Prisoner first. Sweetfield, I don't believe that did connect on the Pebbles actually. Myrmidon falls as well as Pestilence. The DD on the Forsaken, big difference maker here. And it was a genocide. Looks like the GGs are called. That's gonna do it. They don't have enough fighting power to hold their base. And this will actually be game 3, so Yagar, Dig, Volca, will move on here in game 3 with a 2-1 victory over Balor, Coco Jambo, and Mr. Tallyman. That was a pretty exciting series, Sate, to finish match number 7.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost or we missed the first game, but
Yep.
definitely 2 very good games that we got to witness, and they move on to the finals, right? They're ready to fight for the gold.
No, actually, well, oh yeah, actually, no, you're right. It is the finals, I believe. Yep, I'm just double checking the bracket, and then they will face. Let's see here. It looks like they are facing Fervor, Doze, and It's Eslon. So that will be a good one, I think. I'll pull up the bracket for you guys here to see on your screen.
Should be.
So we see here Fervor, Doze, and It's Eslon 2-0'd in match 6. And then it was a 2-1 victory, which you guys just saw. So we have, this will be the finals here coming up. I believe we're going to start that one pretty soon. And then there is also, let me slide this over for you guys to see. There's a bronze match between the loser of 7 and loser of 6, which will be this match number 9 here. These are the 2 teams going to be facing off for the bronze match. So that is our bracket here in EU bracket number 1. Just take a quick look at bracket number 2. Show you guys an update of over here. So we have these guys over here, 2-0'd. And this is what we're looking at. The winner of match 5 will be taking on these guys here, I believe, for their finals in EU bracket number 2. And then the bronze match will be these guys here versus the losers of match 7. So just a quick update here on the EU bracket number 2. And let's see here, we'll go back to this screen. So, not sure if you're back, Sate, but I think we got a pretty good finals coming up
I am. I'm very
between
excited.
those remaining 2 teams.
Very excited for the finals.
So we're just waiting for this one to get underway now. It's scheduled to start at 20:30 CET. That time has already passed, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we should be, because we did start late today, so
It is.
we should be starting pretty soon, I believe. Okay, I am being told that the match has started, so excellent news for both us casters and you guys viewing at home. We are gonna jump right in. We don't need too much of a break. I'm ready to go. Let's pull it up here. We got the finals of our EU bracket number 1. This is for the first place prize. We got Doze, Fervor, and It's Eslon, which we haven't covered yet today. They're going to be taking on the winner of the last match you guys just saw if you were here previously. Yogg, Hardig, Haha, and Volka. So this should be a very good match. Welcome back, Sate. Who's taking this one in a best of 3? Give me your bold prediction.
I'm gonna go with Legion. We haven't seen yet what they can do. I haven't seen them play, but
some fresh content.
Fresh content, fresh players. We're gonna throw a wild guess as the lineups here have been selected.
Oh, they're actually swapping heroes. Somebody said only noob swap. Some friendly banter here.
I can't believe it, Beans. You know, 4 only plays like 2 heroes in his entire life, and then he comes into single draft, and he comes out with Madman. This guy is, I mean, that is very, very lucky for him to get
The good
his.
news is he doesn't have a curse behind him. We've seen a lot of in-house league matches with Madman accursed, but we have the pleasure of not seeing that here.
Very interesting team from Hellborn. No real stuns or setup. I mean,
The only disable they have is a Wanjin Slam from Monkey King. I mean, they have Silence, of course, on 2 heroes, but as far as
yeah.
holding people in place is concerned, they don't really have that, so they have a unique draft. Eston's playing Bubbles. Sorry?
I said, I mean, they have the trap from Emerald Warden to hold people in place, but as you said, they don't quite have any stuns. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how these lanes play out. Madman Blitz is a very strong lane.
I don't know if I've ever seen Volca play Balfagor before.
I haven't. I wouldn't be surprised that he could do pretty good on it, but it's probably not a comfort pick for him.
By the way, Volca and Mate have swapped positions. We saw Volca play support both games that we casted, and now Mate's playing support Warden. Doze also playing support Blitz. Usually he's a core player in 5v5. Some fun stuff happening here between the players.
I think maybe he didn't feel comfortable playing that Balfagor, which they ended up with, so he elected to play Emerald Ward instead of Volca.
And Volca's a great core player.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's initially known for, but nowadays playing a lot of support as well.
Alright, so as far as draft goes, which team composition do you like better?
I'm more a fan of Legions.
I was also leaning to Legions. I just feel like Kelpfield with Madman hitting is so good. Now, that being said, I never underestimate Balfagor. This hero is just, he can wipe team fights if he's not addressed early. Yeah, even without items, just having an Energizer on this hero alone can be so crazy, the amount of damage he outputs.
Yeah, the creeps are very disgusting to play against.
And then heroes like Blitz and Bubbles, who although they're like slippery heroes, they're very easily bursted down by Balfagor.
Bottom lane.
Yep.
Volca getting caught here.
Yeah, this is what Blitz is really good at. He's very mobile early game. Great job with the corpses to heal them up.
They thought they had him. They tried to leave him for thought.
Eston's going for the snipe. He doesn't port to it though. Should he have ported there? I think he should have, right?
Yeah.
1 auto attack probably would have did it, or maybe even 2.
I think maybe it just ran out before it could port. I mean, good job by Volca. He should have never survived. Legion making a mistake there, thinking he's already dead, or they already got him, trying to leave the Bloodlust for Thorn.
The last hits are pretty equal in top lane, 13 to 14 for Monkey King, now 15. That number keeps going up as he farms very well in his tower, all the way up to 17. So Monkey King, top farmer so far. Seeing what he can do here on this hero early on.
He got some space here with Blitz being bottom lane, so.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He got a hit, but I mean, I feel like
they go in on the Madman here. No, he's got double Lunar Tier. He's gonna pop one of them here.
Oh yes, Bottle. They can't kill him.
Yeah, Monkey King's holding his ground. This was a good bait, and Madman, he's gonna avoid it actually with the stock. And great job by Fa with the barrel roll, disjointing. I think an auto attack there gave himself time to get the stock off. That looked like a dead Madman on so many occasions there to me, but he was able to make the escape. Very slippery.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Legion going for the kill, and just as he gets it, Monkey King manages to get his bottle.
Actually gets his bottle refilled, I think, by the word, and he took it back to base for him. And the wolves from Emerald, by the way, will reveal the Madman when he's I believe if he uses it before he stalks. They're gonna have a fight here at the rune. Now Madman's making his way over here. A little bit more mobile. He's gonna get a haste rune of all runes. This could be a kill on the Emerald here, as Bubbles is even here as well. Yeah, this will be. Madman gets it. Bubbles didn't even use a skill there. He was holding them as Monkey King's trying to get the kill on the hasted Madman. That's a difficult task, though, by all means. Not enough burst damage there. So we see Legion off to the 1-0 start, and Madman picking up the Bloodlust. So that's good news for them.
Yeah, I mean, great kill by Legion here.
Waiting for that timing of level 6 in bottom lane between Bubbles and Balfgor. I think we could have a clash happen, perhaps. Blitz goes in here with a...
Monkey King could be in trouble.
Yeah, he's getting slowed up by the Blitz.
So, regaining a lot of HP there, as well as having the bottle up now. Bot lane, 21-6 versus 20-9.
Bubbles can't use those bottle sips while he's being regurgitated on. The corpse conversion. Look at the damage there from the cookies. Well, not the cookies in this case, but the little. He has no skin, Sate. Can you believe that? The disrespect to Balfagor not running the cookie skin. The little gingerbreads.
I mean, he's playing garbage score. I think that is a pretty cool skin in his own right.
Okay, fair enough. He's got the garbage days. I think the ultimate says. We'll see that soon.
I mean, you know, French people are known for cuisine, so he should have the cookie skin on. But I mean, it's known to be trash, so that he chose the skin instead.
Oh jeez. 6-minute rune about to spawn here. Looks like Balfgor. Bubbles is trying to make his way over here, but he's gonna get beaten to the rune. Double damage spawns. Meanwhile, we have a fight over here. Monkey King very low, flipping the Blitz around. There's the trap, though, from Emerald Ward, and it will take him out, and Monkey King is going to survive as the Shell Surf not going to be enriched to snipe him out. But there's the Kelfield into the barrel roll. They get the return kill, and it is now a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Madman runs into the trap, but he is still holding his ground. They're trying to get the counter kill. Balfagor, very tanky, but very immobile as he doesn't have marchers, so just kind of slowly chasing after people. Talked about how mobile this Legion team is. Can't really catch them at the moment. And not finding a good opportunity to use that Hell on New Earth, so...
Bubbles narrowly missing meta here. He could have maybe killed him in the jungle.
So...
running right past each other.
2-1 hero kill lead for Legion so far. That's still a very even game in terms of resources. Top lane, Balfagor could be in some trouble. He's getting slowed up by the Blitz. He might have to use his ultimate here. Pops the Energizer with the creeps. Doesn't have mana for a Hell on New Earth, and he's just going to fall. Velka gets caught 1 versus 2. Not a whole lot he could do there, unfortunately.
Yeah, good kill onto Volca there. Very important to not let that hero get out of hand. As you said, it's extremely strong just with the Energizer as his only item right now. Going completely bare bones. No boots, no ring of the teacher, no nothing here.
I typically like to see a chalice picked up on Balfagor. It just has great synergy between the healing from the corpses, and you can just kind of keep yourself full mana.
Yeah, the chalice is really great on that hero for sure. He's not quite. I think he's gonna buy it eventually. He just can't quite afford it yet here.
So he did go for that very early Energizer, but hasn't been able to net himself a kill with it just yet.
Bubbles goes for this Amulet of Exile. I wonder what item he's going to be looking to buy with that.
Monkey King bottles up a regen rune, uses a defensive Shell Surf. Madman wants to go back in, though. He spots out the Emerald, puts out the Soul Trap debuff. There's a 2-man Kelfield, locking down Monkey King as well. Emerald could not get the spells up. I think she just landed the trap there.
Unfortunately. Yes.
Monkey King pops the regen rune. Monkey King.
Yeah.
So Madman, he's going to pop the stock here. Has 10 charges on the power supply. He's going to use his own portal, just back and forth between the portals, too, as well. Monkey King trying to find a target. He's getting locked down here, though. There's the silence from Bubbles, and he couldn't get a
nice
single spell off. So great kiting with the teleports. And they more or less outplay Hellborn there, getting 2 kills for nothing.
Yeah, great job by Legion, baiting Snark's little brother into running into them again. And
this is kind of the issue you have when you don't have like a direct disable in your team. It just kind of allows the other team to kind of toy with you and kite, which we see them able to do there. So good recognition from Legion to kind of just maneuver their heroes as such. And they've jumped out to a 5-1 hero kill lead now. This is, I believe, the largest lead of the game we've seen so far, nearing 2,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, great job by Legion so far. He's gonna get mana ring on Bubbles. I think
Oh, I
that's
just like that. I don't feel like he really needs the large mana pool. And
I think
skipping
that's
boots is
absolutely-
a little odd, I think.
I think that's disgusting, honestly. I don't
That's one way to put it.
Why you would want 900 mana on a Bubbles in such a small map.
That's one way to put it. I think more so the fact that he skipped Marchers for so long is hurting him.
Yeah, I mean, also that fact. I mean, but
He's
Don
top of the
likes to
damage
go-
charts though, 25%.
Yeah. I mean, Don likes his builds, and I mean, he's been playing really well so far. So, see if this mana ring actually ends up having some value.
A lot of tower pressure
They're
here on
fighting for
the...
the rune.
Oh yeah, Madman getting caught in the traps. There are Ward of Revelations down from both sides. Not enough damage for a kill yet on the Madman. Monkey King decides to go back to his portal, but he's going to find a Ward of Sight up here. So they do prioritize taking out the wards. A lot of Rev wards as well in place on top of that, or next to that sight ward. Flips come in from the Monkey King. Madman still holding his ground though. Here come the slows from Blitz. Barrel roll comes out from the Madman. He goes in with the stock. Gets it by a Wanjin slam, but Monkey King gets taken out. His Emerald Ward and not really able to offer too much here as far as holding down the Madman. So he just proves to be too slippery. Foz 5-0. Top farmer in the game at 435 gold per minute. Did pick up that shield of the 5. And now he upgrades it into the armor boots, the plated greaves. And it wouldn't surprise me to see Fa upgrade this Soul Trap into a Dreamcatcher. I think that's something he really likes to do. We'll see if he does that. Bottom lane, tower does fall. The deny attempt not going to come in time.
I mean, great job by Legion, and really controlling the game here, controlling the space in the lanes.
Stun comes out, bottom lane, he gets the dash to the tower. He's going to flip over the tower and over his Wanjin Slam to safety. Some counter pressure from the Warden coming in, but again, not really doing too much to Madman. He just bottles it back up, and they will continue to pressure the tower here. This could be a kill here. Lots of damage from that Blitzkrieg stun from the Blitz. Monkey King is here trying to catch Madman, but he can't find him. And meanwhile that's going on, Blitz snipes out the tower, so they do bring out both the outer towers now. And Saute, all of a sudden we have a 5,000 and change gold lead. Very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, very quick turnaround here. I mean, I want to shout out Dozer for playing really well in this bit. Not a bit. I've never seen Dozer play any support of for any reason ever, and he's playing like not at like one of the easier traditional supports in the. So now he's playing Blitz, and he's doing a really good job despite being a core player. So great job to Dozer here so far.
I think the fact that Doze is just so quick and agile in real life helps him to pilot this Blitz, who is just naturally one of the fastest heroes in the game. So his swift agility in real life helps him to just pilot such a masterful hero here. Doing a fantastic job here on the support role.
I agree, Beans. I think there's definitely a definite instant correlation between his real life physique and how he plays his Blitz.
Exactly. So, Hellborn team fighting themselves in a hole here, only with 1 kill. They need to try to...
Just gonna TP out. They don't have a cancel.
He's gonna be able to go in the trees there and do that.
Meanwhile, Batman farms top lane and picks up this the Soul Trap, or not the Soul Trap.
Dreamcatcher.
Just as you said, yeah. I really like it here.
It's really good against the Balfagor. He's gonna probably use it here. There's the ultimate, the lightning shackles into the stun. Warden goes for the TP. Breaks the kelp, I believe, was the deciding damage maker. His Bubbles gets the double tap credit.
Nice to the kelp and pool.
So we see 9-1 hero kill lead now. They're gonna knock on the door of the base here with all 3 alive. Madman has the Berserk activated for 2 more seconds. It's gonna wear off here. Clean up the creep wave. And they'll probably fall back here. The respawns are coming up relatively quickly.
Oh, come back. Take the mana from Eston's mana boots that he bought.
Oh, he just mana ring nothing! Critical,
yeah,
critical.
Goes back to base instead. Criticals with Strix here being made by Legion.
I expect greater team play at this level of play, but he decides to go back to base. Didn't want Eston's pity mana from that sorcery boots. You see Mystic
Yeah.
Illusion rune picked up. That's a good rune for Bubbles. More or less makes him unkillable.
Yeah, makes him pretty much immortal here.
He shell surfs, but yeah, he didn't use it, so I think once he uses it, he'd have like 6-second cooldown on surf or something crazy.
What do you think he's getting Codex on Bubbles here?
That could be an option actually. He actually almost one-shots the Emerald with Codex, plus like one
I
spell.
like it. I think Codex should be really good on this map, honestly.
Monkey
I think
King
Codex Bubbles
also
to
falls.
begin with is very strong.
Alphagor, he's trying to get him! Blast him! There it is!
I got him.
We finally see a Hell on North come
him
up.
with the illusion, but the
Jose has no mana for the Blitzkrieg stun. If he had enough mana there, that would have been a counter kill.
Is Vulka gonna get the double? It is.
The cookies! The corpse conversion, they're not cookies. Getting a double tap here.
Oh, it's gonna die in base here.
Oh no!
There's no way.
The tower is actually doing so much. Come on, tower, go get him! Oh my god.
Oh, he survived.
Oh my god.
Catcher.
The power
Nice play by
supply.
Paul.
The power supply Dreamcatcher to save him from the last auto attack there.
Champion on New Earth by 4.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad at all.
You see a concede vote here. Right at 15.5 minutes, it was 13-3 and an 8,000 gold and 6,000 experience lead. Looks like Hellborn's had enough. Maybe the draft not working out as they had planned, unfortunately, but props to our Legion team here. Taking a pretty decisive game number 1. So that will conclude that one. And any final thoughts on game 1 there?
I mean, great game. Legion really came out and showed a strong hand from the beginning, and they managed to give Thor one of his two comfort heroes, despite being single draft. So I think they did a great job in the draft, and great play by both teams here. Excited to see what heroes they're gonna play in game 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see what the single draft brings us in game 2 here. I think we still have a lot of series underway. Perhaps some adjustments, some micro adjustments could shift a game 2 and force a game 3. So always excited to see what Han has in store for us. And yep.
All I'm saying is they put Vulcan in core and they lost. I mean,
Oof, that's true.
me that-
Vulcan support, he's been winning a lot today, but Vulcan core,
seems to me that they forgot how to play core. I mean,
not the results they're looking for just yet.
you play too much support and suddenly you don't know how to play the game anymore. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see if they keep Vulcan in this core role for game 2. I think they're gonna swap him back to support and, as a result, do better. We'll see what they choose to do.
I think they are already underway, so I am getting in. Single draft has been announced, and without further ado, game number 2 is underway. Just a reminder for everyone in chat, if you guys have tuned in late, we will be dropping gold coin coupons, or codes, sorry, in the chat periodically. Make sure you guys pay attention to that if you're looking to earn yourself some gold coins. Try to be the first one to punch those codes in, win yourself some gold coins. But we are back now with game 2 here. This is our EU1 bracket finals. Once again, coming at you between Doze, Fervor, and Islan. Yeah, so far looks good. But and Yagardig, Haha, and Volka. So you guys are probably familiar with these guys. Some high TMM players that have played in past tournaments. So an exciting match to continue here. And we see the selection: Bubbles, Pandemonium, and Torturer coming out from the Legion side. Then we have Madman, Fade, and Monarch. I like the picks here in game number 2. I think this one should be quite competitive. They have great versatility on the heroes. And interestingly enough, they pick up 2 Invis heroes here on the Hellborn side. Which lineup do you tend to favor so far before we get underway?
Yeah, I mean, as I pointed out, I think these are great heroes from both sides. But I'm looking to see. I think I like Legion's lineup better, honestly. I mean, Panda we've seen is very strong in this mode. They do have the Monarch to Chrysalis him while he ulties, so that's a factor. But
I
Torture
love
should
Monarch
be
here.
really good in 3v3 with such a strong damage support, and Bubbles is obviously very good as well.
Back-to-back games for Eslan here on the bubbles. We'll see if he can have another good performance. Something I want to point out is Fa is playing support. I have never in my life, at least that I can remember, seen Fa play a supportive role, and I'm quite interested, to see what he can do from a supportive position. As Doze is going to play the Pandemonium here, and we know Doze is a fantastic core player. He played a great blitz in game number 1. We commented several times on that. I really love the Monarch pick here coming out from Hellborn. As you said, great against the Pandemonium and just the burst damage in general that Legion team has picked up. And Madman, who won in game number 1, we're going to see it piloted now by the Hellborn team. So we'll see if Madman can continue his win streak or go on a win streak, but this time in opposite fashion. And what do you think about the Fade pick for Hellborn?
You know, it's hard because I don't know what his other options were, but I tend to dislike Fade a lot in core roles.
Okay. Fair enough.
Being an int hero melee, right? I mean, so squishy, and yeah, but it could work out good here. I mean, the Fade stun is obviously very good. I mean,
it is one of the longest stuns in the entire game of Han. I think it even used to be 2.8 a while back, but it recently, or not recently, but since has been changed to 2.5 at level 4. Still a very good line stun. His counterparts being like Magnus and Behemoth in the game with that line stun. But yeah, you pointed out some of the weaknesses perhaps of Fade. We'll see if that comes into play. And we see Torture, he gets the Ward of Sight down. I believe that's not in tower range, right? He would see that?
Yeah. I mean, the creeps would have hit it, right? It must be right on the edge, so...
Yeah, very good positioning there from Fa, already showing his ward. 2v2 will happen here. Monarch and Fade versus Torture and Pandemonium.
Yeah.
I think I give a slight edge to Legion's dual lane, but once they get some levels up, the Cocoon on Monarch could prove to be a nuisance for Legion.
It's interesting. I would have thought initially that they would have put Madman in the dual lane, but it likes to put him solo here versus the Bubbles. We'll see how this matchup goes.
I think Madman is a better matchup for Bubbles than Fade would be, because Bubbles can take cover more or less all of Fade's spells, and maybe that's why they opted it this way, just to put the disables together as well. There's a nice stun from Fade, some pressure on the Torture. It has to be careful, he doesn't want to overcommit. He did talk about how he is a squishy intelligence hero. This could be our Bloodlust kill. He does have the golden apple still. Auto attacks, he's trying to bait this out. Torture also has his golden apple as Monarch pushes forward with the crippling pollen available.
It was close, yeah. Dawson was 2 creeps on level 2.
That's a big difference maker. We probably see him level up the cannonball, I think, to follow up the flick.
I would hope so, yeah.
How do you think the matchup of Madman versus Bubbles should go? Think like either side is favored here, or is it like pretty even?
I think both heroes can do good. I mean, Bubbles you can just have auto take cover on and never take damage from Stalk or Bear roll. So he can't really push you out, but at the same time, Madman can just last it with Q constantly. Go for runes. So I think it's a pretty even matchup. Both heroes can do well here. Comes down to last mostly, I think.
Okay, so we take a look at the creep score. It's 10-1 for Bubbles against 13-2. So, haha on the Madman, a little bit ahead over Eston. Not by much, but definitely worth noting a couple of creep advantage. Steven manning up here, putting some pressure, forcing Bubbles off the creeps. See the take cover there. Not the best take cover. Could this be a kill, actually? He still has the apple, as well as one more blight to use.
I mean, you could kill him. Yeah.
Bubbles might be dead here. Goes into the trees here. Eston's playing very ballsy here with the low life. Feeling very confident. Madman doesn't have mana for a stock yet, but the power spike comes up very soon. Bottom lane, here comes a flick onto Fade. Stun. Oh, there's the punches though from Panda into the tower. That could be the difference maker, and Fade I think will fall here. Very nice 2-man Burning Shadow stun. Monarch manning up here. There's this Torture chain reaction stun. And Fa might die here. Volca manning up here. Has the apple. He's going to use it. Monarch gets flicked back by the Pandemonium. There is a Cocoon there. And
on Torture.
who is going to fall first here? Monarch will go down. Back and forth engagement. This will be our bloodlust kill, but boy, was that exciting.
So close.
And our Legion team takes it. They will jump out to a 800 gold lead following that bloodlust kill. Feel like I had to hold my breath multiple times there, as that was just so close from both sides. Bubbles, he uses take cover. Barrel roll, still available, but the silence comes out from Bubbles, preventing it. Madman, he's trying to get the top room, but Pandemonium's already here. He's just sitting on it with his body. He's gonna pop to get the invisibility rune. It's gonna be a 2 versus 2 here. Madman gonna get hit with it, Chrysalis, but once he comes out of it, 3 versus 2, nothing he can do. You see the smackdown come out from Eston there on the Bubbles. Monarch now in some trouble here. Pandemonium has a flick in 1 more second. Gets Crippling Pollen up. Can't follow it up with a cannonball, but does punch him. And there's the Shell Surf. Double tap comes out for Bubbles, and it is a 3-0 hero kill lead for our Legion side.
Normally I would criticize this interesting item, or not item, but skill build by Dorsey. He picked up Cannonball right now at level 5 beans.
Oh, wow.
He had 2 in W, 2 in Q.
That is interesting, actually. Maybe he doesn't feel he has enough mana pool to use all 3, but still
working out well for him.
interesting
so
nonetheless.
Far, but, I mean, Dawn is gonna die here or what? He's really playing with fire.
We got 2 fights going on at the same time, trying to catch them both on camera. Looks like the Bubbles did make the escape. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Fade does fall. Perhaps just being a little bit too weak. Going up against the Pandemonium, being very, very tanky as a strength hero.
Yeah.
We're seeing that kind of start to come into play now.
100%. I mean, being a strength hero is a huge advantage, I think, in 3v3 in general. Mate could be in some trouble top when he gets his shell serve up. He bottles up before he gets to hit him.
Killfield is available here.
Unfortunately for Eston, he's thinking to go this mana ring build again.
Here comes the
So
flick,
really
cannonball.
like to see-
Chrysalis comes out immediately. Chain reaction stun lands, and Fade comes out of that Chrysalis. But now they're turning it on to Torture. A lot of damage coming out between the two. But Fa will be fine there on the Torture, and so will our 2 Hellborn players as well. Pandemonium heading over to the top room, but as we see, Madman already is there, bottling up a Mystic Illusion rune. So many times we see this rune come up, and then players are almost unkillable with the cooldown reduction, just being so slippery. Nice take cover from Bubbles there on the barrel roll. He's going to go back in. He has another barrel roll up in 1 more second. Not sure if Thon's going to expect that. Puts some good pressure there onto Bubbles.
Well, he can kill him right now. Go! He just shoots he just shoots shell surf offensively. What's he gonna do?
Bottom lane double Fade stun comes in onto the Panda and the Torturer.
Madman coming in now from the side, but Legion wisely going back.
I think they spotted him on this ward placed by Fa here in the middle of the map. They should have seen him.
Probably. I mean, Faw's done a good job on Torture so far. I mean, we know he's a Torture player, but playing in this more supportive side role is a first for Faw, I think.
I personally like that he's gone the Impalement here versus the Bonds. I think as a support, this just buffs up his damage output so much more as well. He just has to wait for that cocoon to wear off, and then he can just man up. Here comes a flick. Shelter comes in. Bubble silences. Kelfield, everything dumped on the Fade. They lock him down. Monarch, as good as she is to keep her teammate alive, just too much pressure there coming out.
I wonder if Faw will opt to get his ulti here at level 6.
I think he should. I think the damage output that it provides is very good.
It's very mana efficient and good damage, yeah, but at the same time, he's not gonna be needing it to kill creeps.
No, I don't think so. We have a Veiled Rotted Fade here. They're trying to catch the Panda at the rune.
Oh, Panda's probably gonna die here. Good
They
stun.
need the Crippling Pollen to hit him. There it is. Who got the rune, actually? Panda actually took the rune, which was Haste. So he's going to have that when he respawns. Shell Surf and Song of the Sea hit onto both, but not enough damage for a kill. They could maybe turn it around. Bubbles with a great take cover coming in. He goes in through the portal, and now Monarch is in some trouble. Great sidestep coming in from Volka, avoiding the chain reaction stun. Bubbles is going to go for these kills, though. He has Shell Surf.
Madman,
He's
yeah.
going for Madman. Here's the Chrysalis, baiting this all along. It is 3 versus 1. On the uphill, will Fade get a Burning Shadow stun up? He will, and Bubbles does get baited. The trio support from the Hellborn side take him out. So he got a little overconfident there, but great team support from our Hellborn team to keep everyone alive going up against that Bubbles.
I mean, great play by Hellborn here, catching Panda alone and taking a 2 versus 1 fight to start, and also baiting the Bubbles. They were, I mean, I bet Dawn wish he didn't ulti the already dead Fade in the bottom lane before, because with an ulti, that would have been 2 if not 3 kills. But unfortunately, they managed to bait him, and great play by Hellborn.
Mm-hmm.
Nice sidestep by Volka to start it all off. If he gets torture stunned there, he just dies.
Oh yeah, for sure. Fade is level 6 now. She has Reflection. And that does do a percentage of HP, so if it goes on the Panda, that will deal a lot of damage initially.
Yeah. It's very strong.
Chain reaction stun hits Fade, but they're not going to pursue. Golden XP lead is actually very even in contrast to the kill score of 5-2.
Yeah, Hellborn really closing the lead with those 2 kills they just picked up.
We have the 10-minute rune spawning here. Vision from the Legion side, but Hellborn is going to be the first to the spot. Madman will bottle up whatever rune spawns, which will be Illusion. Some pressure coming in on the Pandemonium here. He's brought down to about half life. Gets barrel rolled and soul trapped up. Will they dive the tower here? He's going to flick him with the chain reaction stun. Panda does fall. Will they get a counter kill? Torture is going to go down as well. And the difference being Bubbles was not here. So 3 versus 2. They're confident to dive the tower. And just like that, Saute. 5-4. Hero kills. Still in favor of Legion, but we have seen the resources shift over to the Hellborn team.
Yeah, I mean, quite unfortunate here. I mean, I think this item build is biting Thorn in the ass. I mean, running around with no boots, not being able to show up in the bottom lane, help his team, and his TP was on cooldown, and suddenly it's 4-5, and the game's completely even now. Great comeback by Hellborn. I think they were in quite a deficit, honestly.
Oh yeah, I think this is a pretty good hold here from Hellborn. Top lane, we have a base match coming out on the Madman. He lives with give or take 35 life. I love that. Drops the empty chat box. Almost as like a little mini taunt to his opponent.
Missing all abilities here.
I think that was a 2-man chain reaction stun. Chrysalis going to prevent some damage, but he will die coming out of this, I believe. It's auto attack down. They do bring down the Panda, so good trade for Hellborn. Here's Fade, uses the reflection, is able to avoid that shell surf from Bubbles.
The Invis heroes just getting away here. Unfortunately, no dust from.
It's a little too slippery here.
Oh my god.
Fade gets spotted out there and he goes down.
Oh my god, Fade. He got. Yeah, he got annihilated. Don dodged the stun and killed him. From Invis.
Really nice take cover there from Bubbles.
Yeah, great play by Bubbles for sure. Bottom lane. More so just looking at each other here. Bubbles is pressuring top tower. Be good with a little bit of gold. They're coming in with 3 heroes. Madman gets every rune. Now has a DD. It's very scary. Dawn didn't dodge the Volca stun here, but doesn't matter. Great play by 4 finding him in from fog. Legion's not, Hellborn's not able to fight even though they have this double damage rune on Madman. Quite a bit longer, as they are 2 versus 3. Fade's behind with the Invis. Really gets spotted this time. He's probably gonna look to find 4 here. He finds him. Yeah, he dies. He misses. Oh my god. He misses the barrel roll on the torture and dies. Really good play by Legion here. Big fight.
Yeah, that was a big swing there. 2 for nothing, right? With the
Yeah.
Kelfield locking them in place. I saw a 2-man Kelfield there. Very nicely done. They're going to get themselves a tower as well. Once again, have regained control here in game 2. Jumping out to a 4,000 gold lead. And Bubbles is level 11 already. He's got that level 2 Kelpfield now available in 60 seconds.
Yeah. I mean,
So Madman missed a barrel roll there. I missed that. Would that have
Yeah.
that would have killed the torture, I believe.
yeah, it wouldn't have saved them, but
Unfortunate.
it would have killed the torture. Would have been a nice prize. So it didn't trade for
The
nothing.
Deny comes
And
in
then
here from the fade.
get the tower denied. Nice deny. Oh, he missed all the flurries. Go back, Dawson. Run away.
Fade's looking to come back in here with the reflection. It's a nice stun there. Pandemonium more or less out of mana, but uses the power supply. Dribbling Pollen catches him, but here comes Bubbles. Doesn't port to the surf. And they do bring down the Pandemonium as Torture. He's caught in no man's land here. So Hellborn team, they make a stance here. Take out 2 players here. Oh, great. Chrysalis coming in from Volca to save the fade. That would have sniped him out from the Bubbles there with the Shell Surf. Very heads up play there. Love to see that, as that is a level 4 Chrysalis.
I mean, this Vulcan on this butterfly hero is doing a lot of work with Chrysalis. It's very strong. I mean,
Bubbles threw out a taunt there. He thought he had the kill, but as we could see, the Monarch proving to be the difference maker there as they went for that counter ward. Now fight at the rune, but there's no rune here. There's just a counter warding battle. Volca silenced up! Oh, he's gonna live for now!
oh, he's gonna.
He might bait this. He might bait this. He has the Chrysalis still ready to go. Yep, there he uses it before any auto attack can take him out. Bubbles with the Soul Trap debuff on him. I don't think it'll be enough for a kill. He still has to take cover.
Yeah, I doubt it.
But
Bubbles is fine. Yeah.
meanwhile, Fade is hunting here. He's got the reflection up. There is a Ward of Revelation here in the middle of the map. I think Fade is aware of that, though, because they do have their own Ward of Revelation, so he's playing accordingly. He's waiting for team support here, scouting out the Torture. Madman is in position. Here comes the Burning Shadows open, and they will bring him down. Pandemonium with the haste. Not able to find a target here, as it is 3 versus 2. As Fog gets picked off there in the trees. Good job from Fade to scout that out. And we'll take out that Ward of Revelation.
Man, I wish Dawson would get the Shaman's Headdress this game. If you get a Shaman's versus this
Oh, great cannonball, but he jumps into the portal. That looked funny, actually.
Oh,
Madman? I think he's okay, though. Monarch is here with an ultimate and a
and
Chrysalis.
also Fade.
Oh, great stun from Fade there. Lands onto 2, burns their mana as well. Kelfield, this is a defensive Kelfield holding them in place so they can retreat.
I mean, I think if Legion cleans it up a bit and takes a good fight as 3, they can definitely win. But right now, Hellborn is getting the better of him and getting good rotations, and it's making it a little bit muddy, these fights, and it's working out for them. So they have once again closed the lead. It's only 1,000 gold now.
Wanna talk about some items before we have some more action?
Yeah, I mean, interesting items all around. Armor boots, Energizer, Soul Trap on Fade. As he gets caught here. They don't have the damage, do they? They simply don't. Monarch is just...
Hellborn turns this around. They get 2 kills. And now Bubbles is on retreat.
Yeah, I mean, Hellborn just there to save them, but as you said, items. Madman likes to go for Shield of the 5 Dreamcatcher, so there's gonna be armor boots as well. I would suspect. Monarch has usual support items. He goes for the legs here on Panda. I would have wanted him to just get Shamans and be immortal this game instead, but legs obviously is a lot of damage, so it's never a bad item to have. Thorn did go for the Abomination build with the Sorcery boots, which I think has cost him quite a lot early mid game already, but He also picks up a soul trap, which is good, as well as 4 having a soul trap. So pretty standard items all around. Wonder if Mate will get boots now. He's elected not to get them so far. Not that they're not the most needed on Madman in general, and especially not on this map. So maybe he'll stay off, but I reckon it'll be his next item in 150 gold here. Vulka showing his nose here, but oh, he's Invis, right? Yeah, there's an Invis butterfly, and as a result, nothing's happening here. Let me see here. Top lane, they're pressuring the tower, but not quite brave enough to hit it, as Pandemonium can catch you in the tower and push you in. They're looking to gang up on Panda, maybe.
So Legion still has both their outer towers, whereas Hellborn has lost both their outer towers. Giving them a little bit less map control. What do you think Madman's gonna go for now that he's got like the Dreamcatcher finished? So he's got like a really big build-up item. As we see Fade going for a Neophyte's book. Let's see, he could be building that into... Oh wait, hold on, we have a fight here. Pandemonium gets hit with a Burning Shadow stun. Takes a lot of pressure. They're going to chase through the portal, but Fade's going to pop the reflection here. Maybe they'll look to re-engage, but Legion has fallen back. Bubbles counters this ward here, and Torture going to look to space the map here, but he's actually on retreat mode, expecting them to go for a chase. Bubbles uses a Shell Surf for the creeps. Feeling very confident here with the Torture behind him in the trees, but Fade still has 20 seconds on the reflection. She's going to spot out the Torture. Here comes the stun. Doesn't hit the Bubbles, though. Does only hit the Torture. A lot of pressure coming in on the Fade. Monarch still has the Chrysalis. And there will be a kill here as he uses that Shadow Walk. Goes for the TP here as well. And he will be fine. So the Monarch saving him completely. As Pandemonium was not in the area. Again, a 2 versus 3 fight. Fade gets the pick off. Very nicely done here from Hellborn. So they take a 1 kill advantage here. They are up 800 gold and 3,000 experience at the moment. Take a look at the GPM charts. Still very even. Damage charts as well. Very even across the board. Fade goes for Tablet of Command. Okay, that's what he builds his Neophyte's book into. Wants that positioning against the Torture and perhaps a cancel to the Pandemonium face smash. Bubbles picks up an Apprentice Robe. Not sure what he's going to build that into. But Pandemonium, I think it's safe to say he's going to need a Shrunken Head this game. That kind of is more or less his big item, allowing him to channel that face smash, but hasn't got any of the pieces yet. We'll see what he goes for. That's even on his radar. Fade with the reflection, once again looking for a pick-off. They do see in the top lane, I believe with this Ward of Sight, the Torture and the Pandemonium. Bubbles picks up a Luminous Prism, I believe. Not sure what he's... Oh, maybe he's going for a Sand Scepter against the Monarch. That would make a lot of sense. So they've been having trouble dealing with that Chrysalis from Monarch. Just so potent at saving the Madman and the Fade so far. Panda in some trouble. He's going to get caught with a Crippling Pollen here. Here comes Fade. Lands the Burning Shadow stun. It's an onslaught of heroes here. 3 versus 2. Torture not able to go for a return kill or save the Pandemonium, as Bubbles wasn't really in position. Does use the Shell Surf, but it's not going to save him. Or look for a counter kill, excuse me.
Okay, I mean, Hellborn has quite a good lead now, huh?
They take out their first outer tower. Yeah, they are at almost 3,000 gold here. They just recently got a kill on the Pandemonium.
Yeah, I mean, he elected for no boots on the Madman, as I thought he might. Is he getting straight Hellfire probably? Bubbles has
could be.
what looks like what is that, a Storm Spirit or?
I think a Sand Scepter for the Monarch cocoon.
Which makes sense, but he also has the Apprentice Robes for no reason. Right?
Yeah, I have no idea what he's building that into.
Fortress still no new items here. Let me see. Yeah, base tower top taking quite a bit of damage actually.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, all good.
Fade picks up a Gnome's Wisdom, deciding to buy another team item with the Energizer. He's going to go in here on the Pandemonium. Chain Reaction Sun going to hit onto Fade. He is Shadow Walk, though, as he comes out of that. And he is going to survive for now. There's the Lex, but not going to be enough for a kill. His Torture has the Impalement activated. Kelfield comes down, locking down Madman in place. Will they be able to spot him as he is revealed now? Coming out of that stock, gets another one up. Is going to be fine for now as they drop the Words of Revelation. And nobody falls in this fight, Sate. Everyone survives. Looks like they'll go into full retreat mode here as Monarch pushing forward, being very aggressive, knows she has that team support behind her. But in the end, it's just going to be a battle of counter-warding for this pillar, and nobody's going to fall. So quite chaotic, but nothing ends up happening in the end.
Yeah, nothing happens. I mean, both teams trying here to stabilize and not die, and yeah, fight turned out equal. No one died, and they got they did manage to counter these two wards that Hellborn had placed, as Bubbles was trying to shell surf out and landed on the cliff, and as such noticed the wards. Double stun here from Fade.
Oh yeah, Panda Cannonballs backwards. They're gonna get the kill onto Fa here to start the fight, and now Pandemonium could get caught here without a cannonball up. They're chasing. The team support is behind as he might go for a man-up kill here. There's the flick, but not going to be enough to save his life. Legendary Streak comes out for Haha. It's a double tap. And that's going to do it. Game 2 going to fall here at the 25-minute mark. Legion will take it. And I believe that will even up the series, Sate, right? We're tied up at 1 game apiece.
1-1, yeah.
Very, very nice game 2 here coming out from the Hellborn side. They tie up the series. And Madman in this series is won every single game, one for each side in the end. So, final thoughts here on game number 2 is
I mean,
game 3 coming
support, up. They won.
Ba also played support, which we said that's a first.
That's a first, and I mean, I think he played good for honestly, but the Monarch just proved to be too strong for Legion. They had only burst damage. They couldn't manage to kill anyone. I mean, they had a good start. They had a lead, but once they got some levels on this Monarch here, Vulca just kept everyone alive, and they had some unfortunate team fights, and it just turns just like that. Goes so fast. So great play by both teams, and good job by the Hellborn side coming back here in game number 2, giving us a game number 3.
This is what I was hoping for. Game 3 between two really good teams. Let's see what game 3 has in store for us. I think we're going to be underway any minute here. We've been picking up the pace since the start here of the day. So I'm excited. Game 3 coming up pretty soon here. Yeah, MVP for me was the Monarch pick. I really liked that pick that they had, and I felt that it was really difficult for Legion's team of bursty heroes to just find a target fast and take one out. And as we saw here, once they're able to kind of just keep those fights stabilized, Hellborn was proving to be quite troublesome with the slippery heroes of Fade and Madman behind that Monarch.
100%. I mean, they're already hard heroes to kill, and they just had the Monarch just consistently behind, always helping out, always having that Chrysalis available, and I think it really came down to picks this game, as the Monarch really ended up having a lot of impact.
Oh yeah, for sure. Before we get the game pulled up here, oh no, we are underway. I was going to show the bracket, but no time. We will show that after this next game. Game 3, the lobby is up. Give me 1 second, I will show you guys what's going on. So we're loading in. Here we go, game 3 underway. This one will do it, and we'll crown our EU1 bracket winner shortly to follow. So, I only can see a shadow pick of Aluna so far. I have no clue. I have no clue what the heroes that they're looking at are, what they're thinking of picking. The two teams have 30 seconds to discuss it.
Tundra.
Ooh, Swiftblade. They picked up a Swiftblade as well. That's a interesting
The
one.
Minted Shaman as well.
I feel
Warchief
like
and Malikan.
Tundra. I feel like Tundra could be a great pick in this game with the bird, since it's such a
Yeah.
small map for map control.
100%, but also the ultimate is extremely strong in 3 versus 3, right?
Really long lockdown spell, yeah. Can you imagine they end up getting like a curse or something?
Yeah,
Well,
that would
actually,
be
we could already see
absolutely
the
disgusting.
we could see the picks, but it's Warchief, Demented Shaman, and Malikan. So a couple of healers paired behind a Malikan for DPS. That in itself could be quite good. I really like that they have a Malikan against a Swiftblade. I feel like that's a huge advantage that they have with the carry picks specifically.
Yeah, I do
Malikan's
like
very good against Swiftblade in general.
the American better as well, yeah. And they do up to find a they somehow find a defensive support again for Volca here. And Disham, not quite as good as a hero as Monarch is, but still should be pretty good. And honestly, we have fun on one of his signature heroes on Tundra, and Four has played a lot of Swiftblade, I know, so should be really interesting to see how this game turns out.
Mhm.
Could honestly see it going both ways. Which lineup do you like better, Means?
I actually think Hellborn's lineup's a little bit better. I think just with the heals that they have and Warchief and Malikan being very slippery, I think Swiftblade's gonna have a hard time sitting on a target. And then I think the fear from Malikan will be a really good tool for them. Despite how good I think Tundra is with his ultimate in this format. And then we can overlook the Warcry from Warchief, giving them cooldown reduction. I think they're going to be really strong in the mid game.
Yeah, Warcry should be very powerful.
Are we going to see Disham go bottom? Because the unwritten rule of 2v2 bottom is...
Would hope not, honestly. I think Dawn is probably going to dominate here if he's let unattended. He could just spam spam use W and the Malikan with no armor and do really well.
So they should prioritize dual laning the Tundra. I think Warchief maybe will be a little bit better 1v2 against Luna and Swiftblade.
That's what I'm thinking. I think if they leave Dawn against Mate up here in this matchup, I think Dawn is gonna abuse him. So, however, Tundra is pretty decent versus 2 heroes as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think this definitely favors Legion. I mean, they're trading farm for a Malikan for farm on Swiftblade, and I think the farm on Malikan is way more relevant.
Yeah, I agree. So
Also moving to the rune.
GPMs look almost identical.
It's not gonna die.
One more auto attack. He's got apple.
Yes, apple.
He uses it. Great 2-man stun. They dive the tower, and who gets the bloodlust?
Volka's gonna get it. No.
Oh my god, it's so close. Tundra's gonna survive, and Demented falls first. That bait from Eslan with the apple in the tower was massive.
Doss is gonna run into.
Doesn't have mana for power throw.
No,
what?
He elected to
Can
go
Warchief man up here?
I think the stun was a mistake. He had W.
Oh, huge heal coming in.
He TP'd.
Oh, does he know? Does he know he's here?
He should have seen him. Thor's not gonna move. He's electing to kill creeps. I mean, Dossa had the one shot. He went for the Q instead of the W. He had mana for one.
Might have been a mistake in the end.
Yeah. Vulka came in to save his teammates.
So Malikan 304 GPM, 16 and 6. Fa Swiftblade 22 and 13. He's enjoying the free farm a little bit more at the start. Good power throw coming in from Doze. Hits 2, but only a level 1 power throw.
Yeah, Doze really needs level 3 to
really get that nuke up. It does so much damage at level 3. Dawn is spamming some Qs, doing pretty well. 200 GPM versus 150 GPM on the War Chief. Come on, Dossa, go get level 3. That's my boy. He went for the Iron Stone, which I really like. I saw one of the guys earlier do this as well, and I think in a game where the rune matters so much, it should be very impactful. He gets a DD rune here. Nobody on Hellborn has a bottle.
Warchief could be in some trouble here. Looks like he's gonna fall. As the Luna came in for the assistance. That DD rune proved to be too much assistance.
Ambushed him with the DD rune. He's
top lane, Tundra's in some trouble. Not enough pressure from the Demented slow.
And Dossa needs boots.
I agree. Did he buy them or does he not have gold? Maybe he doesn't have gold yet.
He has 200 gold or 200 GPM. I mean, I feel like he should be able to have boots, but maybe he plays too many awards.
Yeah, maybe.
Fate many supports have faced in the past.
Swift is level 6, but I don't think he can solo kill the Warchief. Could be wrong, but...
Probably not straight up. Not if Warchief has 100% of his HP.
A lot of pressure coming in on the Demented Shaman. Oh!
Almost.
That heal just barely saved him. He did not have Unbreakable, so that would have killed him, actually. He out-healed. Oh, what? Okay.
And
I was wrong.
We say that Swiftblade is just straight up killing him.
Yeah, he's got a much bigger item advantage over the Warchief.
I mean, despite 4 AFK in this bottom lane, he's playing really well. 500 GPM, almost 200 or 2 kills here, and even a solo kill here with no help of Dossa.
39 creep kills is a lot, yeah.
Yeah, really dominating here in the bot lane. 20 denies as well. Doing a great job. He goes for the steam boots. Kinda like that actually.
6-minute rune about to spawn here. We see the players shifting toward the middle of the map. Who's gonna take it? Malikan. They don't have any bottles on Legion.
No. Oh, fall. Managed to spin before. Goes for the kill.
They take out the Warchief. Here comes the Avalanche stun onto Demented Shaman. The taunts are coming out. And they're gonna get that kill as well. Alright,
doesn't taunt him.
So far the Legion lineup is proving to be a little too much. I like the Hellborn lineup, but Legion's proven me wrong.
3k gold lead at 6.5 minutes. It's pretty grim actually.
Massive.
Malikan still doesn't finish his boots yet, and he was supposed to be the free farm hero here, and barely 300 GPM compared to Force up 450 here.
Yeah, so their top farmer is only slightly ahead of Tundra.
Yeah, which was 1 versus 2, so Dawn is doing a great job. I think Dossa did a really good job roaming between the lanes, creating space for Tundra to farm some in the top lane and setting up kills in both lanes as well. So.
I agree. Even though Tundra was 1v2, he's had a lot of support from Luna.
Yeah.
Fall being able to kind of handle bottom alone with that early start that he had.
Yeah, Four has done a really good job bullying Marcus out of the lane, and with the start he has been giving, and Dossa set up really good conditions for his teammates to do well and to shine.
He's going for a dive here. Has swift slashes if he's able to chase him.
Goes back as entire Hellborn team is running down here, but
I think he spotted that as well on this ward from the ramp here. This by
runs
Doza.
away. I think the Legion should probably try to fight over this rune, but they have Swiftblade ult. Which is very powerful, especially here in the middle. They are fighting for
Picks up a regen. He did use his sword throw. If Swift can catch up, this could be a Swift slashes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they can't. Dawn, we were talking about how good the bird would be in this map. Dawn elects to not get bird like a...
Yeah, he's one of the players that doesn't use his bird.
Which is... yeah, I'm not gonna say it. You know what I'm gonna say. It's a shame, let's call it that he doesn't elect to pick up the entire hero, reach the hero is being picked. but he did play really well so far in this game. For pressuring bottom tower here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, some pressure
Wonder what
coming
he
out.
will go for. He gets the
Warcry is activated here from War Chief. They're gonna perhaps go for a dive here. Malkin throws out the sword throw. The heals are coming from the
He's
totems.
coming in.
Not enough damage to kill that Tundra. He was just a bit too close to his tower, I believe, and Demented wasn't really in range to assist. And meanwhile, this is going on. Swiftblade is uncontestedly taking this tower. He might spin the wave here and go for it. He's gonna take it out without even needing to spin. Well, that's a big deal.
Here.
It's a big
The
deal
bot
that they get that tower.
What did 4 buy? Did you see? He just bought something, right?
I did
Expensive.
not.
I was wondering what he was gonna get.
I
Let's
think
see.
Energizer would be great. Yeah, he goes
Yeah.
Energizer. That makes a lot of sense because has Steam Boots, which make him fairly unable to chase heroes easily. And I think the Energizer makes a lot of sense with this build.
I do wish he would get the Toxin Claws instead of his hatchet, but I definitely like the Energizer. He just straight up ultis, Volca kills him. Mete is gonna be able to run away though. Close so far.
Mm-hmm. That was a good kill on the Demented Shaman here. We see a 6-0 hero kill lead for Legion. So Hellborn still not on the board, unfortunately, despite I think both of us felt they had quite a good draft here out of the gates.
Yeah, I like the Hellborn draft. I also like the Legion's draft. Both drafts look quite strong, but feel like I mean Legion just played it really well. I honestly gotta give a MVP so far to Dossa. Just controlling
ED Tundra here. Wow, they just
well.
melt the Demented Shaman. And the Avalanche comes out as well. Defensive though, on the War Chief, they will fall back.
Yeah, I wish they altered the Melican. They're out of tower range. I think he could have just hit him like 2-3 times with the DD rune. But electing to go for the defensive play, which is obviously smart. When you're in a 7-0 lead, you just don't want to die. And if you manage to not die, you're doing a good job. Swiftblade is getting chased here. He
Spin
should
is
trade.
down. Nice 2-man stun from Maluna.
Yeah,
Some good
too
damage
much
with the power throw. So Play gets a health potion at the observatory here.
Yeah.
Looks like they want to pressure this tower. They're pushing in the creep wave. Counterward comes in from Demented Shaman. Still no boots. Volka's probably not too happy having no boots at 11 minutes on the support. Comes a initiation from the War Chief here. He's trying to get a catch, but they don't really have a disable. Nice body blocks as he puts the totems down. This could be a kill on the Tundra here.
It's
But,
going to.
but in the background, Demented Shaman goes down first. They do bring down the Tundra. Swiftblade and Malikan kind of trading hits, but Swiftblade's a bit stronger at the moment. Gets a double tap as they take down the War Chief. And Malikan just not strong enough to man fight and get a return kill for his team, unfortunately.
Right now, he can't compete with Swiftblade at all, being level 10 and
200
also having,
GPM higher.
Yeah, 200 GPM at higher. So Swift is proving to be very strong in this game. Honestly, we thought Malikan would have the advantage, but Swiftblade doing a really good job on this Swiftblade. Picks up the region here to go straight bottom and farm some creeps. We know he likes. He has 2.2k gold. Please buy something for that's a lot of gold to be pooling. Wonder what he'll get, honestly.
On Swiftblade?
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see him just go Firebrand into like a Dawnbringer. Malikan's gonna get locked down here and he just dies.
I would just expect him to have bought it by now, right?
Oh my god, Demented almost dies to Swift Slashes alone.
Yeah.
So much damage.
Very
I'm
good in one shot.
I'm not seeing too many signs of life here for Hellborn. This just seems to be Legion on full throttle here, 11-1 with a massive golden XP lead at this point.
They're trying their best, but it is looking very grim as the GGs come out here.
Yeah, we're seeing the early GGs. I think they can't concede yet until 15, so unfortunately they've kind of throwing in the towel here. We just see a little bit too many items amassed here by Legion. Mostly on the Switchblade, but I think Tundra also has something that he bought. I think he's sending it now. Not sure what he's gotten. Goes for Sackstone, okay.
Swiftblade still doesn't buy anything. Thor feels he can save his gold for next game. He doesn't need it. Is he gonna buy sword or something?
He could go Amok if he really wants to, but I don't think it makes too much sense. He goes for a Nullfire Blade here.
Nullfire Blade.
That's a good item against War Chief to purge the Warcry.
Yeah, and
He gets it level 3, I think.
Really good against the Malikan with the 400 mana pool and.
Actually, no, level 2 I think was only needed for Dispel. Yeah, level 2 to Dispel Warcry.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately, not too many items on Hellborn to really discuss, but Legion's starting to pick up some. They got Sackstones on both the supporting casts of Tundra and Aluna. A lot of stats for the cost, good item. So played about to have a Nullfire 2 and about 250 gold.
Yeah.
Throws out a Purge here, he goes in with the Swift Slashes. Gets the kill here. And meanwhile, top lane, they kill the Malikan.
Yeah. Now it's 15 minutes. Are we gonna see the CD?
There's the CC. So that'll do it. A little anticlimactic in Game 3, but overall, this was a very entertaining series. It did go the full distance of 3 games. And our winner of EU Bracket 1 will be Doze, Fervor, and It's Eslon. So congrats to them. They will take the first place prize. So let me just pull up the bracket here again so everyone can see.
Yeah, congrats to the players. They played really well on the Legion side. They went 2 for 1, and that's how it goes. Sometimes you can't win them all.
Yep, and it is single draft too, so sometimes it does come down to hero picks, but ultimately the players need to be able to form a comfortable draft and heroes that they can play well and whatnot. So congrats to them again. Let's pull up the bracket here and show you guys. The winner of the bronze match, I believe, was Coco Jambo, Mr. Tallyman, and Blor. So they take the 3rd place prize. But just to reiterate here, the team that you guys just saw win, they take $420 total prize pool. So $140 per player. Very nice for them, and congratulations. And very well fought from our 2nd place team as well. It was a good series.
For sure. Great play by both teams.
So, change that. And then that will do it for the EU bracket number 1. So I believe we've concluded coverage for that one. If I'm not mistaken, I think the EU bracket 2 final is still going on, but I think you told me you were not able to join me for that one.
Yeah, you're gonna be on your own unless you can find another co-caster.
Not at the moment, no, but I do thank you for joining me. It was very fun for a couple hours casting alongside you. Appreciate the help as always.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
All right, thank you. See you later.
See you.
Let's see if we can jump in here into the next game. All right, so getting into our final here for EU Bracket 2. And we are actually 18 minutes into this one. Pull this up for you guys. So we have Drunken Master Alonia, Sir Bensington on the Legion side here, taking on Magebane, Pandemonium, and Prophet. And this game is proving to be quite even as far as a resource standpoint is concerned. Everybody's got all their buybacks. We have a fight here at the Legion's base. Face smash coming out on the Bensington. He's gonna fall here first in the fight. Everybody is low. The slow's coming in from Alonia. They take out both the Mage Bane and the Pandemonium. Now Prophet is all by himself. 2 versus 1. Not gonna work out for him. And we will see Legion take this fight in a 3-1 fashion, as Alonia and Drunken have exhausted all of their mana and some HP to make this possible. A big fight coming out in their favor here. We'll see, take a quick look at some of the items here. We have, it looks like a support Alonia, who has a mana ring or a ring of sorcery and a void talisman. Then we have Sir Bensington here with Steamboat's bottle and a Drunken Master with Lex Talionis. Then on the side of Hellborn, we have Elder Parasite, Mighty Blade on the Mage Bane. Might be looking to go for Brutalizer or a Shrunken Head here. It's more of a right-click damage dealer. We have Pandemonium with just build-up items of Ghost Marchers, Bottle Power Supply, etc. And Prophet, being the support here, has an Ornament, a Power Supply, and Vestments. So nothing really too out of the ordinary here, other than the fact that Alonia has quite a lot of items as a support. Bensington looks like he was pooling gold. He picks up a Nullfire Blade level 1, so his gold per minute suggests that he had more farm. Does end up having an item there. Let's see here, we got a Ward of Sight placed by Legion. They do spot out this movement here from the Hellborn team. Currently have Bensington up in the top lane. Fireblade, I believe level 2 was just purchased here. So far we have a 3,000 gold and XP lead for Legion, but by all means this is not insurmountable. One good engagement could swing this back to a even match. So this is, so for all you guys tuning in now, as we've just jumped brackets from bracket 1 to bracket 2, we're in EU bracket 2 now. This is match 1 between these two teams, so we will have a second game to follow this, regardless of who wins here. We see Prophet getting caught first, he will fall. Now we have a separate fight going on. Mageman getting locked down with the slows and the Nullfire Blade. So it will be a full genocide, actually. They do bring down the Pandemonium last, as Drunken Master and Alonia were also chasing him. So Legion team starting to gain a commanding lead here. 14-9 hero kill lead. Up to a 5,300 gold lead, 6,000 experience lead. Base tower falling here. The Raxes are open. 20 seconds to respawn on 2 players. And with the Soul's Bulwark on the Drunken Master, this Rax is under fire with the creeps as well. We see a buyback coming in from the Mage Bane here. Will they try to go in? They're still very healthy on HP and mana on all sides here on the Legion side. So they get the tower and the melee racks, force out a buyback, and they will just fall back without any casualties. A great sequence of events here from Legion. We see here, Panda's still kind of far away from any kind of build-up item. Magebane looking to upgrade this Mighty Blade into something soon, but not having the gold at the moment. I believe Bensington, yes, he has his Nullfire Blade level 3 completed. And Drunken Master has an Arcana, so he could be building into a Hellflower. Potentially. I don't think it will be Twin Blades or something similar, but we'll see. But he decides to go for it here. Bensington's got the Nightfall ready to go if they take a fight away from him. He's hiding in the trees here. The whole Hellborn team trio is trying to find him. See the Rune Spawn regeneration. Nobody's gone for it just yet, but Panda will bottle it. Nobody's looking to do General Atrix at the moment. We'll see if maybe that changes pretty soon. But for now, neither team feeling comfortable with the map state to go for that. Lonia pooling up 2,300 gold. She is farming very well for a support. Wonder what she'll buy moving forward here. Maybe a disable item like a sheepstick could be an option. Smoked Up Pandemonium runs into Drunken Master here. They can't find the vision of each other. Meanwhile, Prophet gets gone on by Bensington, gets soloed down, and Panda takes a 3-point strike from Drunken Master, goes down. 2 kills going the way of Legion just like that. And now Magebane forced to blink into the trees and use the teleport back to base. But this will most likely be the finished Rax here bottom lane. And it looks like they will vote the concede, so they feel they have fallen too far behind. They will throw out the concede, and game 1 will go to the Legion side here. I'll call it Team Enter Nort here. They will take game number 1. Let's see what does officially go through. So, take a quick look at the EU2 bracket here. I'll show that for you guys. Let's make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see. But we're in this match here, highlighted. And this is our final match. Down here at the bottom is our bronze match, which currently the team below is leading 1-0. So that is still taking place for the 3rd place. But this Enter Nort team is currently leading 1-0 over the opposition. So we will have game 2 coming up soon in our EU bracket number 2. And then later today, in about an hour and a half from now, we will have the NA bracket, which I can show you guys later. There's 4 teams total in that one. It will be playing their own bracket tourney. So while we are waiting for the match to start, I'm just going to take a quick break, guys. Just bear with me here. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, I have returned, and I believe we are just about underway here with game number 2. Just bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the match underway. All right, I am connecting. Let's see here. We get the right overlay up, and oh, wait a minute. This is not it. That is the last game for some reason. Again, want to remind you guys that make sure you stay active in chat. Gold coin codes are being dropped periodically. You guys can claim those for yourselves. Special shout out to everyone helping out, and especially Korden. Let's see here. Not sure why it put me back in that last match, but let's try again. It's not letting me connect. Okay, we're still trying to get connected here to game 2. I'm not even entirely sure if it's underway or not yet, but just bear with me, everyone. So while we have a short break here, let me show you guys our later bracket here for the NA region, which will be starting in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. We have 4 teams here. This is the schedule for later tonight, if you guys are going to be around to continue watching the stream. I do recognize at least 2 of these teams from Latin America, which we're going to have some NA versus South America matchups, I believe, which should be pretty fun. Exciting to see who wins out of this bracket. And those guys will be participating for first place will be $210, second place $105, and third place $75. So because it is a smaller size bracket, a little bit less than the EU region, but still very exciting nonetheless. And the bracket which you guys are about to finish watching, the EU bracket 2 or finals, which is currently 1-0 in favor of this team here. First place gets $300, second place $150, third place $75, and fourth place $60. So that is how it is broken down. Let's see here.
Single draft.
Alright guys, so let me change the screen here for you. We were not able to connect to the Game 2 finals, so instead we're going to watch the bronze match, which is for third place. So this game is quite even at the moment. We have Polywog, Kraken, and Tundra versus Riftwalker, Pebbles, and Flint Beastwood. It looks like Legion just got a genocide here, going 1 for 3. So they have pulled out to a bit of a lead here. But in general, the creep farm looks very good for Hellborn at first glance. But at the moment, Legion is winning. So quite interesting there. Having heroes like Tundra and Polywog definitely proved to be, I think, quite good. As we saw in the previous series, the Tundra pick very strong. You have a Polywog on top of that for lots of lockdown. And then a Kraken as well, who has a Mighty Blade picked up so far. Let's see if he decides to maybe just rush a Shrunken Head or something. Flint, Beastwood, Pebbles, and Riftwalker. They definitely have a good trio of heroes, I would say. Going for a carry Flint Beastwood, Riftwalker support. They're looking for an engagement here. All 6 players are in the area. Invisrun on the Kraken. We'll see if this leads to an initiation for the Legion side. Everyone has their ultimates available, minus the Polywogs, which is coming up in 10 more seconds. Riftwalker gets caught here by the Polywog initiation. Kraken charges him into the tree. This could be a quick kill on the Riftwalker. He will fall. Flint with the Mystic Illusion Rune, trying to do some counter pressure here, but Riftwalker dying early on, kind of stopping their teamfight potential. And Pebble's not really looking to engage, actually. Probably threatened by the Avalanche, as they're going to get a quick kill here on the Polywog, but there's the Avalanche. Counter initiation. Release the Kraken, locks him down, and it will be a 1-for-1 exchange. The Polywog for the Pebbles. Flint trying to get a counter kill here, but no money shot just yet. And Legion continues to be in a lead here. 2,000 gold and 3,700 experience. See, the Shaman's Headdress was picked up by Tundra. He's just kind of bulking up, being very durable. Quite good against heroes like Pebbles and Riftwalker. Even Flint Beastwood outputting good magic damage early on, so that makes quite a lot of sense to just tank up. Polywog goes for a Luminous Prism. This could be a Storm Spirit or even a Sand Scepter. I don't think Sand Scepter would be that valuable. I think he'll probably just go for the Storm Spirit. It's like a setup for his ultimate as well. Just some stall potential. Flint Beastwood holding 2,000 gold. Gonna be interested to see what he goes for here. Probably gonna want some damage to be to start being a threat. Let's pick up a Quick Blade here. Not sure if it was 2 Quick Blades, but he might be going for the Nullfire Blade. Oh, both teams kind of taking this one a little slow, but there are 30 kills in total here. So we have a wormhole coming out here. Then Beastwood. It's like no kills happen actually. Regen rune used by the pebbles here. Ward trap, very nicely placed here from Polywog on the pebbles. Is it enough damage for a kill? Counter combo comes in on the Kraken. Oh, he's just gonna be a little too tanky with the vestments and the Mighty Blade. Survives. So they kill the pebbles. This is his 7th death. Same with the Riftwalker, so this is why we don't see like an early portal key or anything coming out. Olympus getting closer to his Nullfire Blade. Let's see. Polywog has his finished Storm Spirit now. It's a very big pickup for him. He's actually the highest farmer in the game as the support. So he's had a great game here. 8, 7, and 11 stat line. He's got a bigger item than his counterpart teammates. But Flint almost has his Nullfire. He needs 2 more creep kills, I believe. Aster and Tundra is going to get stunned here by the pebbles. But meanwhile, Riftwalker getting caught on the side of the lane here, spotted out by a ward. So not being as sneaky as he thought he was. Now Flint Basil could be in trouble. They might go for a dive here. Hasted Tundra. They go behind enemy lines. Release the Kraken comes out. Not going to land, but Pebbles all by himself. There is the tongue tie from Polywog. And it's going to be a full genocide here in the end. 3 for nothing fight. And that will continue to grow the lead here for the Legion side, as they're up to 5,400 gold and 7,500 experience. So they're looking to start to gain a large foothold here in this game, as I believe they're going to start completing some of their items, working on this last remaining outer tower here in the bottom lane. Riftwalker puts a lot of damage on Kraken. The tower's going to assist. Wormhole, not going to land though. Kraken's charge, just getting him the safety net he needed. Here comes a morph. Ward trap, maybe? Yep, there's the ward trap on the Riftwalker. He's held in the cage here. Tundra comes in for some assistance, but Poly just proves to be a little bit too powerful there, as Rift can't really do a whole lot. And now they're going to look to take out General Atrax with the assistance of the Poly wards. This is pretty nifty there. A lot of assisted damage. Wow. Support Polywog basically with the assistance of Tundra almost soloing the wards. Money shot? No, not going to be enough. Only, well, it is a level 2 actually, but it's a little bit too tanky with those vestments. So bananas are picked up here by the Tundra. Throwing that in his consumable slot as he picks up his chalice again. Kraken is indeed going for a shrunken head, so he needs 105 more gold. Looking to finish that shrunken. But Tundra unfortunately steals his gold. Pesky teammates taking the gold away from Kraken, so he can't get his shrunken. But speaking of Tundra, he also needs his shrunken. He is 150 gold away from his own shrunken, so both players trying to finish their item. Invis on the Tundra always Rev Ward is dropped, but here comes the Avalanche on the Flint Beastwood. He can't get anything off. He's just fully locked down between the Polywog and the Tundra. And there goes their carry. All that damage down the drain, as it is a domination streak coming out for Tundra. Currently 9-1-9. A fantastic game here for him. Meanwhile, Pebbles up in the top lane trying to put some tower damage, but here comes Polywog with a morph. Has the tongue tie, but no team support. No TPs are coming in. Still has a Storm Spirit. He could look to use that. Pebbles tosses the creep. Unfortunately, that's not going to net him a kill. Tundra is making his way over from the flank. Throws out the piercing shards. Can he get in range? Yes, he can for a slow. Another morph comes in from the Polywog, and this will be enough damage for a kill. Tundra is now a champion of Neworth as he takes out the pebbles there. Bottom lane Kraken feeling very confident. Is 2 versus 1 over here, but puts some pressure on the tower as Flip Beastwood has respawned now. Some slows coming in. We're up to 10,000 experience and 8,500 gold lead here. And just to double check the standings here, it is actually our Hellborn team that is currently leading 1-0. So if Legion was to win here, I believe this would be sending this series into a match 3. Which, at the moment, it's looking very promising for Legion here. Just a matter of closing out this game if they're able to do that. They got double Shrunkens now on Kraken and Tundra. Polywog completes a Tablet of Command, so he's got 2 supportive items at his disposal. And Flint's still not really that scary, only 350 GPM with a Nullfire Blade, so he is very vulnerable. We saw just moments ago how quickly they can catch him and bring him down. Fighting over the wards here over at the Hellborn base, or outside it just barely. Nothing gonna happen here from this, just Hellborn's playing very defensively here in their base. They are currently in a losing position, so it makes sense that they're playing as such, but they are going to try to hold their ward here. Here comes the spells, the flare, the stalagmites. They are going to hold the ward. Here comes the wormhole. It's going to land on the Kraken, and he can't get a shrunken head off. He will fall, and now Polywog is in some trouble. He drops the wards, but will not ward trap anyone, and he will fall. So it is a 2-for-1, or 2-for-none, exchange. And Hellborn making some minor kills here to cut into this lead. Very nicely done by them. So that initially started with the battle over the wards on that cliff. Andro, I believe, was off elsewhere on the map. We see another quick blade picked up on Flint. I believe this will be a firebrand component. Let's see if there's anything else he could build that into. It could be a staff theoretically, but I don't think that's what he will go for. He's just gonna do the geos. Yep, he's building into a firebrand here. He's going for nullfire geos, a very good combination of items. Let's see here, Riftwalker has a tablet completed and also 1,000 gold, so we'll see what she looks to build into next. Pebbles, unfortunately, still not really having the best game. He's trying to get gold, I think, toward that portal key. He's still looking to go for that. General Aatrox has respawn as you see that loud bellow heard across the map. But there are more attentive things going on here. The top tower is being pushed here. A nice tablet from Poly to avoid that wormhole. Is he going to survive? It looks like he will. Tundra gets the avalanche off on the Riftwalker. He goes down, and the money shot, I think, was avoided by the Storm Spirit. So, Polywog going to avoid death there. Nicely done. Meanwhile, Pebbles is actually... Oh, wow! He's actually taking a Rax while this is going on. This is really good news for Hellborn. He's going to get stuck in a ward trap here, but if he gets the Rax, it's probably worth it that he goes down. Maybe a minor hiccup here from Legion to not defend this this Rax. Oh, this is actually going to give them an advantage moving forward, even despite being in a golden experience deficit. Pebbles has the combo coming up again soon, but might look to pick up the portal key here. He needs to sell an item if he wants to. See them trying to clear up the creeps here at their base. See, Tundra goes for a Beast Heart here. I'm not quite sure what he's going to build that into. Maybe he's going to go for a Behemoth's Heart. That could alternatively be a Dreamcatcher. I don't foresee any of the other items really being too impactful. See, we have an initiation here from Polly. Avalanche comes out on the Pebbles. He's going to get locked on and fall. There's the Wormhole, though. Big Wormhole coming in. Can Flint secure some kills here? Kraken goes down. It is Tundra and Flint, the only survivors. Poliwag buys back. So Flint going to be forced to fall back here. Tundra just manning up, knowing that he has the Poliwag coming down the lane here. But they're not going to be able to catch the Flint. They also buy back on the Kraken. I think that's to defend the base, so they do use 2 buybacks actually. They're going to want to get this tower if they can. And Poliwag still has his wards. So he could dump the wards here on the Rex. They could probably get the melee Rex as well. Flint's going to be dove here by Tundra. They take out the tower. Tundra uses the bananas. Good heads up from Tundra. Buyback comes in from the Riftwalker. Doesn't have a Wormhole though. The Rexes are falling from the wards. Now we have a counter Rex coming in from the Legion side. Tundra has ultimate in 5 more seconds. Poliwag is in some trouble. I think he's going to fall here. He will go down. It's a legendary streak coming out for the Flint. He could pick up a Blessed Orb here if he wants. Almost finish those Geometer's Bane upgrade. 2,700 gold on the Tundra. Kraken gonna use his Shrunken there. Just kind of walks into them. A little odd, but it is 2 versus 3. They take out the tower here. Tundra goes in kind of man mode here. Pops the Shrunken. Is he gonna get the kill here on the Flint? They definitely need this kill, but Kraken was not really ready ready to defend. Takes him out with the Torrent. He's trying to go for the Riftwalker here. He has a charge in 1 more second. He does catch the Pebbles here. Doesn't use his Release the Kraken. I'm really surprised. He could have definitely used it there. Still has it and isn't choosing to use it.
Allow me to retort.
So Pebbles and Riftwalker will both be fine. Meanwhile at the base they're trying to prevent the last defensive tower from falling, which protects their world tree. Meanwhile there is only the ranged racks up top lane and a full set of racks in the bot lane Hellborn base. So overall they have a little bit of a base advantage. Tundra is trying to finish his heart, I believe. He needs 100 and change. So we have a pause coming out here. Looks like someone needs to reconnect. But again, this game seems fairly even. I feel like it's anyone's game at this point. Looks like he has reconnected now. Should be underway shortly. Kraken, I think it's safe to say he needs a portal key. He's having a hard time landing these charges or getting in range for them. But already has a Shrunken, so that is good news. And as I said, Tundra about to finish his heart. Probably we'll just go ahead and buy that. That gives him quite a big boost with that upgrade. Flint can finish his geometers, but he has plenty of gold for it. We see some items being finished across the board. Riftwalker's going for a staff. That is interesting. It almost feels like they're kind of preparing for holding their base. They want to like pull the Legion team into their fountain, which could definitely be a game-winning item pickup if that lines up. But we'll have to wait and see. Could also be looking to staff the pebbles. Yeah, I want to see Flint buy out his items. I don't feel like him saving 3k gold makes a lot of sense here. Because him having another item is a lot of extra damage output. General Atrax is being attempted here, I think. Maybe they want to push the creep wave first. They immediately counter this ward. Oh, Flint continues to pull gold. Not sure what Pebbles is going to go for. Right now it looks like he's saving buyback. They are going for a General Atrax. They need to do this quickly because Hellborn is coming for their base. And they only have this one set of racks left. If they let this go, they will most likely lose the game. So they do stop the General Atrax. And Hellborn actually saw this the whole time. They have a word of sight in the area here, spotting out General Atrax's HP. They could honestly just move over here and steal it while Legion has ported all of their heroes back to base. So that would be, I think, the correct play to do. We'll see if they actually go ahead and go for it. Oh, Polywog ports into the portal very aggressively. He gets the morph off, throws the war trap down on the pebbles. Money shot comes out. Wormhole is going to land onto the Kraken. Flint is still holding his ground. Kraken will most likely get auto attacks here, but just a little too tanky. Goes through the portal. Goes left. Flint could go for the Tundra here. No, this is a Behemoth Heart Tundra. It's going to take a lot of auto attacks for him to kill him. Pebbles does buyback, so he was saving for that. Doesn't go for a combo, though. And instead blinks into the base. Takes out the defensive tower here. And we have a final buyback from Polywog. Pebbles with DD. He's manning up, right-clicking. Here comes the slows from Riftwalker onto the Tundra. He has fallen. No more buybacks. Polywog also falls. And that might have done it, actually, despite being in a deficit. Hellborn team, I think, has managed the comeback here. Kraken gets taken out. Money shot in the base as the glyph preventing damage on the tree, but that is not going to be enough. Hellborn is going to do it. The concede vote comes out here from Legion, and we will see our Hellborn team here, I believe, finish the bronze third place match here in a 2-0 fashion. Oh, they pull off the comeback there as they were previously down in golden experience. Very good job from them to stick with it and manage to come out on top with a victory. So I believe that should conclude our EU2 bracket coverage. Let me just pull up the bracket here once again and show you guys. So this is our EU2 bracket. Bronze match just finished here with a team with Wild Soul. Those guys finished 2-0. Our second place, or our final, or this one is currently underway, I think, in the second game, but we were having trouble connecting. We can see if we can perhaps still cover that or not. But yeah, it looks like we are not able to connect, so. All right, so here's what we're gonna do moving forward. We have about 50 minutes until the US bracket takes place. Pull that up one more time for you guys. So you guys can see here. This is our US bracket, which is scheduled to start at 6 p.m. Eastern time, which is in about 50 minutes, give or take. There is nothing currently to cover. So I think I will conclude here, and we will reconvene in about 50 minutes for the last bracket of the day, and that will be between these 4 teams. So if you guys want to come back and tune in a little under an hour, I invite you guys to do so. Again, we will be, I believe, handing out gold coin codes in the chat. So if you guys are interested in that, stick around, come back and hang out, and we will cover a couple more matches or series for you guys. And I just want to once again thank everyone who's helping behind the scenes. You guys know who you are. But that will conclude for the time being. We will reconvene in a little under an hour. So thank you all for tuning in.